I've made over 7 figures online in my business, and my very first digital product did a little over 900K. And I also run a community of creators who are all getting results, just like all them that you see on the screen right now. And I'm on a mission to make it credited at the top. So I'm about to just give you an entire free course, step by step, that not only breaks down how to create and sell digital products, but how to create a system for yourself. And system, SYSTEM, stands for saving yourself time, energy, and money, to whereas you do the work once, implement it into the system, and the system works for you 24/7, 365, so you can actually get your time back and make more while working less. So grab whatever it is that you take notes with, because I'm breaking everything down from the rooter to the tutor. So don't say I ain't never did nothing for you. Look, most of my videos usually only take me about 5 minutes to break down, but since this is going to be a pretty detailed course, it'll probably only take me about 10 minutes or so to break down. So if you don't have about 10 minutes to spare, by all means, feel free to click off of this video and go watch a cat video or some easy passive income video or something like that. But if you do have about 10 minutes to spare, there's going to be timestamps in the description, but I highly advise that you don't skip around, because it's crucial to make this stuff work that you actually follow the blueprint step by step. So look, the first thing that you need to understand is this. First, you need to understand why people fail. And I'm just going to keep it a buck with you. Most people that try to sell digital products, they will never make real money, being straight up. But it's not because it doesn't work, it's because they're building it backwards. And most importantly, they haven't made a decision to make it work. So what you need to understand is that everything that you've had success with in your life, period, up until this point, you found that success because you made a decision to make it work. So most people don't ever give it the opportunity to actually make it work for them because they quit, or they're choosing from options, to whereas you need to make a definitive decision to make this work. Now, there's differences between a choice and a decision. A choice, it has options, but a decision is definitive. There's no other options. So if you mentally tell yourself that this will work for me, then you will figure out a way to make it work for you. That's how the human mind works, and that's how the subconscious brain works, right? People don't realize that your subconscious is running everything. And the funny and great thing about your subconscious mind, once you actually know how to tap into it and manipulate it to work in your favor, is that it has absolutely no reasoning ability. It believes what you tell it, and it doesn't know the difference between what's real and what is not real. The problem is that most people are telling themselves the wrong thing. Most people are taking a choice of an option instead of drawing a line in the sand and making a decision and saying, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to make this work for me. I'm not going back and forth with myself, and I'm not negotiating with myself. I am going to make this work. That's really the number one reason why most people fail. And most people also have a negative connotation with this fail word right here. They think failure is a bad thing, but they haven't realized that everything that you have succeeded at in life, in any category, you only found a way through failure. Because failing, there's an acronym I like for fail. Fail stands for finding an individual lane. The only way that you find your individual lane is that you have to fail your way to it. And the only way that we learn how to do something is by learning how not to do something. So failure is just something that comes with the game. It's just a rule of business, and it's just a rule of life. So learn to embrace that and just look at every failure that comes your way as if it's just another way that you're finding your individual lane to figure out what will work for you. And it's also impossible for work not to work. So you'll find people that are failing, and then they say, oh, this doesn't work, and they quit. But they don't realize that it's impossible for work not to work. If something is not working for you, then it's working on you, and it's turning you into the person that you need to be for it to work for. So while you're going through any lows, just know that that time period is when the work is working on you, so you can turn into the person that you need to be for it to work for. So most people that haven't found success in entrepreneurship and online business, they tend to think that success is linear growth, like it just goes like this, when that's not the case at all. Success in anything typically has an exponential growth curve. So success typically looks like this, and success usually comes fast and everything comes at once. Looks like this, then boom. So typically here, when we're starting off, we're here to zero, but then we'll see some YouTube video, we'll see some ad, we'll see some handsome young fellow on YouTube talking about how you can increase your income, impact, and influence online with digital products by creating a system for yourself. And it sounds so enticing. It sounds so easy. Then our excitement is at an all-time high. We get here. But then once we actually acquire more information, like this course that you're consuming right now, a lot of times then we hit this low right here, because once we actually start to get started, we realize, oh, it wasn't as easy as the guy in that ad made it sound. It wasn't as easy as the lady in that free webinar made it sound. It wasn't as easy as the guy in that 3 or 5 day challenge made it sound. It wasn't as easy as the YouTube video made it. And most people here is when they quit. Or they'll say, it doesn't work. But in this whole area right here, that's when the work is working on you. Through this whole low period right here, this is when you are working on the skills that will turn you into the person that the work that you're working on can start to work for you. Then you get this exponential growth curve right here. And a lot of the success and the money, it all comes at once. And I'm telling you, it comes fast when it comes. And then all of a sudden you start to get looked at from people on the outside looking in that haven't seen this low point right here. And they say things like, oh, it happened for you so fast. Oh, you are overnight success. Oh, well, it's easy for you because you have an audience and you have an experience and blah, 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 blah. But they didn't see these lows right here to where you had this huge exponential growth curve. And you get this exponential growth curve through failing. So look at every failure, look at everything that may not be working as of yet. It's just a lesson. It's just a way that you can find your individual lane, right? So failure is actually a good thing. So just embrace it along the way. But let me just let you know a little bit about who I am. I start off this video letting you know that I've made over 7 figures online. I've pretty much done everything you can do with online business, digital products, info products. I built multiple offers. I've also burnt out, and through me burning out in previous years, I rebuilt smarter, and I found a better, simpler, more peaceful way to where you can actually make money from stuff that you enjoy doing on a day-to-day purpose, and actually work in your purpose and be fulfilled by doing something that you're passionate about, and actually doing less work and making more money. It's beautiful on this side of things. So I've also tested low ticket. I've tested high ticket. I've done funnels. I've done ads. The most amount of money that I've spent in a single month is a little over $100,000. 6 figures in 30 days. With this process, you don't have to pay for any ads. And you also get paid to build your income, impact, and influence instead of having to pay to try to build your income, impact, and influence. I've also done a community. I've done it all. And I'm telling you, this is what actually works if you make the decision to make it work. Now, let me let you know who this is for before we actually get into the course. This is for creators who aren't making money. This is for coaches who are stuck under $10,000 per month. This is for people with knowledge but no system. And this is for people who are tired of posting without getting paid. Now, this is not for people who want passive income without any work. This is not for people who are just chasing shortcuts or chasing some type of algorithm hack or some way to where you can go viral. This is not that. If you're looking for that, just click off of this video and go watch some guaranteed tactics that aren't going to work for you. But this will build your authority. And that's what matters. We are in the trust economy right now. We're not in the attention economy. In years past, it used to be whoever could be the loudest on the internet and get the most attention won. That's why ads worked for a lot of people in years past, but it's not like that anymore. People are buying from people that they know, like, and trust, and they're buying from trusted authorities. That's why you basically just skip past and scroll through all those ads that you see on a day-to-day basis. Even just use this free course that you're consuming right now. You're probably skipping through all those ads. Why? Because they're not a trusted source that you have any brand familiarity with, and you don't believe in their authority. Therefore, you're not listening. You're just skipping them, right? Now, the core problem that most people have is this. They think that just posting content equals profit when it doesn't. Followers do not equal customers. All views, all subscribers, all followers are not created equally. You do not have to have the biggest audience. You just need to have the right audience. You need to have fewer of the right people in order to actually monetize your audience. So your views do not equal revenue. And also, digital products are not magic. A lot of people think that if they just create something that, boom, the money comes. Doesn't work like that. This isn't magic. Now, what most creators are doing is that they're building products that nobody asked for. And then they're thinking that they have a traffic problem, when a lot of times they don't have a traffic problem, they have a model problem. And that's what we're going to fix here in this course. So the big reframe that you need to understand is that you need to have a system. Remember, system stands for saving yourself time, energy, and money. So you need to define what the product is, what your traffic source is going to be, what funnel or ascension model that you're going to be needing or building. And everything in this course, we're going to be building towards that. So what you'll walk away with by the time you consume and finish this course, you'll know what to sell. You'll know how to validate it. You'll know how to build it simply. And simple, so many people are overcomplicating stuff and they think that they need to make something complicated when you don't. The simple stuff scales. It's all the fancy stuff that fails. You will know how to get buyers and you will know how to scale without burning out. As a victim of hustle culture in the past, I am pretty much anti-hustle. You do not have to grind it out in order to make life-changing income. And if you just look at the world, and sometimes it's kind of messed up that it has to be this way, but hard work don't pay. Just look at all the hard workers out there. They're typically overworked and underpaid, but in actuality, they feel like they're underpaid. But if you really just look at the marketplace, money goes to those who brings value. And a lot of the hard work out there isn't bringing a perceived value to the marketplace. Therefore, high dollar amounts, high income doesn't go to it, right? So let me set the expectations real quick also. This course or this video you're consuming, this is not for entertainment. This is not some motivation, rah-rah jazz that will make you feel good about yourself. And here's the other thing that you need to understand also about motivation. Motivation, it fades. It's a feeling. It's an emotion, just like any other feeling and emotion. You're not happy all the time. You're not sad all the time. You're not mad all the time, right? That's the same thing with motivation. So people that will consume video after video after video on YouTube and look for things to feel motivated, but they're not disciplined enough to do anything with that feeling of motivation. So I'm not about to just give you some rah-rah motivation just to make you feel good about yourself when you're not going to go and execute on any of the information. You don't need more motivation. You need some discipline. So this is business. So I do encourage you to take notes because note takers are money makers. Well, let me correct myself. Note takers and action takers are money makers. I encourage you to pause and implement when needed. I don't want you to just binge this video and then forget it later on like most people do with every single video that they watch on YouTube. They don't implement anything in the videos. Then they just go and watch another video and watch another video and watch another video. And they stay in this perpetual analysis paralysis phase to where they are just consuming and never producing. I want you to be a producer more so than a consumer if you're actually going to make this work. You can't just sit on the couch and watch videos all day. Implement this stuff, take action. Now, before we talk about what to actually sell, you need to understand the vehicle, which is going to be the first part of the course. So let's get to it. So the whole purpose of this section is to not only break down why digital products work, but more importantly, break down why most people fail and what the real business model actually looks like. So look, first of all, you need to understand where most people start. And most people start in what I call the creator trap. So what they'll do is that they'll start posting content. They'll start chasing followers or subscribers, and then they'll cross their fingers and they'll hope that brand deals come, or they hope that they'll just get a monetized YouTube channel and start making money off of AdSense or something like that. And then they might launch a product later, but eventually they burn out. So most creators try to build an audience first and build a business later, but it's backwards, and there's a huge problem with this approach because there's no monetization plan, because there's no asset, and your income becomes dependent on attention. And that is the worst decision that you could make as a creator, is to have your income solely attached to attention, because then typically you end up having to do some goofy stuff on the internet to try to stay relevant, but you have to stay on what's trending and whatnot. And then you're depending on somebody that actually has a business to pay you to get in front of your audience. And typically, that's not something that can last long term either, because if you're just doing random stuff, or if you're just doing whatever is trending, then typically somebody that's willing to pay to get in front of that audience, their offering, their product really doesn't coincide with the audience that you're building. So once the advertiser or the brand partner or the sponsor sees that they're not getting any return from paying you to get in front of your audience, well, then they're going to stop paying you to get in front of that audience because it's not profitable for them. And now you just have a big audience that where's the money coming from? So the creator model is this. Typically, they all start from content, and then they're looking to get as many views as possible, to get as many followers as possible, and then they just hope that money will come in some way. But if we flip that and we think business first, instead of content, views, followers, subscribers first, well, now you have what I call the Contentpreneur model, and this is what actually works. So we're not thinking content then business, we're thinking business and then content. And we're only using the content to drive traffic to our business and to our offerings. So we're thinking business first, content second. So here we start with the product, then we move to the content, and we're only looking at the content as a source of traffic to get in front of our target buyers. Totally different approach than the content creator approach. So with this, the product gives you direction and the content attracts the right people. And then your traffic feeds the system. And system is an acronym. SYSTM stands for saving yourself time, energy, and money. Always remember this. Always have systems thinking, because if you create systems for yourself, those systems can work for you 24/7, 365. And that's how you can make more while working less and get your time back and actually build a pretty cool business to where you're doing what you want to do, when you want to do it, how you want to do it, and owning your own time. And that's the true wealth out here. If you own your time, and if you have the option to say, no, I don't feel like doing that. And yes, I do feel like doing that. That's what I'm in entrepreneurship for. I want to own my time. So, and then once you have the traffic feeding your system that's going to be running for itself, which we're going to break down later on in this training, and then you have your buyers create the actual revenue that you want, or that ever elusive passive income that a lot of the content creators are shooting for. So your content should serve the business, not the other way around. Remember, Contentpreneur. We're business owners, we're entrepreneurs that are only using the content to drive traffic to the digital assets that we own. Now, you need to understand what a digital product actually is. And it's not what most people think that it is. A digital product is not an ebook. A digital product is not a course. A digital product is not some PDF or checklist or whatever it is. A digital product is not a membership. Those are simply formats, or what I like to call a vehicle. So think about this. If you think about your car, what is a car? A vehicle. What is the purpose of the vehicle? It's simply just an object that takes you from where you are right now to where you want to be. That's simply it. And a lot of people are thinking that that is the product, when that is simply just a format of a solution. So a digital product is actually a solution that's packaged digitally that serves a specific problem. Emphasis on this word right here, specific, because specificity sells. A lot of people think that just some random, general template, ebook, membership, whatever the format is, they think that that's the reason why somebody will buy this stuff, when it's not. That doesn't matter at all. People are only buying specific solutions to specific problems that they're going through. So if you really want to make some money in this, always think specific. Specificity sells, and specificity will set you apart in the marketplace. So a good example of this is something that teaches someone a skill, but a specific skill, or something that helps someone avoid a mistake, a specific mistake, or something that can help someone reach a specific outcome faster. So you're not selling information. What you're selling is transformation. So many people think that if they just package up some information, it'll sell. And that's partly true, because the only digital products that actually do sell are informational products. But information is readily available. Like everything's YouTubeable, everything's Googleable, everything's AI-able, all the littables. People can find information within a second now. But most people are in an information overload, and they're lost in a sea of information because everybody's telling them what to do, and everybody has different methods on how to do whatever it is that they're looking for. And they're taking in so much information on such a consistent basis that they're stuck and they don't move. And instead of actually taking some action, they just sit there and consume info after info, YouTube video after YouTube video, free masterclass after free masterclass, free course after free course, paid course after paid course, whatever. But people, they will spend their money on informational, transformational digital products. So always keep this in mind. You're not selling the information, you're selling the transformation, because it's all about taking somebody from where they are right now, which is their current situation, and getting them to here, of where they want to be, which is their desired situation. If you can just fill this gap right here, which I call the transformation gap, with whatever your vehicle is of that digital product, then we close that gap. That is what is going to get somebody to buy our offers. So always remember, transformation over information. Now, this is why digital products are powerful. Outside of the fact that it is a multi-trillion dollar industry with a T, trillion-dollar industry. And I believe with that much money floating around, there's enough for everybody to grab their little piece, whatever that piece is for you. There's a lot of money to make in this, but it creates true leverage. So how the average person makes money is that they literally sell their time to the highest bidder for money. But when you're selling your actual life force for money for the hour, your income's always going to be capped, because there's only a finite amount of your time that you can sell to somebody. And money is an infinite resource. If you don't believe that, then I know there was this thing that happened some years ago where everybody was locked in their house for some reason, and they were just printing money out of thin air. Like that. Money is an abundant resource, but your time is a finite resource. And if your time is attached to your income, then there's only going to be a certain amount of money that you can actually make, because your time is going to be kept. Whereas a digital product, you can create it one time, invest your time into creating a true digital asset for yourself once, and then you can sell it many times, especially once you have it put in a system. And remember, system, SYSTEM, stands for saving yourself time, energy, and money. This system that you create for yourself to sell your digital asset on autopilot can literally work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. That's true leverage. And your income isn't tied to time. So the key advantages with this also is that there's no inventory with the digital product. I've been in years past on my entrepreneurial journey, I sold physical products. Well, I had to deal with what I call dead inventory. Dead inventory, you buy some stuff, it's sitting there and you've lost money until you sold it. Digital product, there's literally no inventory. You have global distribution because anybody throughout the entire world can buy your product just within a click. You have extremely high profit margins because think about it. Outside of the time, energy, effort, or maybe a little money that you may invest into creating this product or a hosting platform, the profit margins are still going to be in the high 90%. So typically in business, most people that are making what seems to be a lot of money that people are thinking, especially a lot of people in the high ticket coaching space, people are thinking that this is just pure profit that they're taking home, when most of the numbers that you hear people talking about on the internet are revenue numbers. And actually not even revenue because they haven't even collected the money. So a lot of people, especially in the high ticket space, they're not talking about the cash that they actually collected. They're talking about the amount of cash that has been promised to them. Like, yeah, I'm going to pay you this much, but they haven't collected on it. Then they go all over the internet talking about how much money that they have from people that have made commitments, but not actually cash collected. So a lot of people that have these high ticket businesses, they may say on the internet, oh, I make $3 million, but they really only took away like $600,000 to $1 million. So I'm like, why not just make a $600,000 business that makes $600,000 instead of having a $500,000 to $600,000 business that makes $3 to $4 million, just so I can say that I have a $3 to $4 million business, when the essence and core foundation of my business is that I'm just selling a digital product. I shouldn't have to have that much overhead to just sell a digital product. But with digital products, especially the way that I'm going to break down in this course, there's extremely high profit margins, which means with these high profit margins, it's extremely scalable. It's very scalable and very simple to do, to go to a one-to-many model in something that has absolutely no inventory with over 90% profit margins. That's a business model that you can scale, and you don't need a huge team in order to do that. And this works with content, and like I already said, it's one-to-many. So here's the math. Like I said, I'm not anti-high ticket, but I am anti how a lot of people are painting this whole facade of this magical wonderland of high ticket offers and whatnot. And I'm here to tell you, you go ahead and skip your tail down that yellow brick road. You're going to get to the end. You're going to realize the Wizard of Oz ain't real. There's a guy that I know comes to mind right now. I know for a fact. He had $1 million a day with his high ticket offer off of this challenge that he did. And then he goes around in his marketing and paid advertisements talking about how he had this $1 million a day and how you can get it too. But if his audience knew that he actually lost $30,000, then they probably wouldn't want to do it, because that $1 million that he has was in commitments. It wasn't in actual cash that he collected. He doesn't talk about the 6 figures in advertising that he spent. He doesn't talk about the money that he paid in order to have a sales team, because in most high ticket sales, it's sold over the phone. And if you want to actually run your business or fulfill on your offer, well, then you can't just be sitting there on the phone all day. So you have to hire a sales team. He's not talking about all the overhead to whereas he actually was in the hole for that event. But that's a story for another day. Let's get to this course. So Look, here's the math of a low ticket product, which I highly advise most people get started with, because it's always going to be easier to raise your prices than to start high and lower your prices. So you don't need high ticket coaching. I've been there, I've done it the way that most people are doing it. I'm not being the integrity police or anything like that, but the way that most people are doing it, it doesn't go with how I'm set up as a human. Because most of the time in high ticket, they're really selling the stuff to people that aren't qualified, and the income that they do make is made off of getting people in debt. And then they coach and teach the other people that are in debt, well, in order to pay this off and get out of debt, all that you have to do is do what I did to you, and you go get somebody else in debt. So I didn't learn this until I had joined a high ticket mastermind. I actually paid, I think, around $40,000 to get into it. But I was one of the very, 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 very few people that paid in full. And I was being taught to take a down payment, $2,000 down payment, and then check their credit score. I'm like, why do I need to check their credit score? Well, because there are companies that are built on just funding coaching programs. A couple that come to mind, there's one called Nove. There's one that's called, regardless, there's all these companies that are made just to fund coaching programs. Or you'll get them to qualify for credit cards, all this type of stuff. And I know behind the scenes, a lot of these guys are also telling people to pull from their retirements, take a second mortgage on their home, pull from the equity in their home and whatnot. I'm like, I'm just not set up as a person to do these type of things. So I'm like, if I do want to sell high ticket, why don't I just help somebody get to a higher income level to where they can actually afford it, instead of having somebody go into debt to where they're buying an offer that they probably shouldn't have even bought in the first place because they're not qualified for it. So you don't need this. And with my model, I actually figured out a way to make more money than them. But it may not seem like it from the outside looking in, because they may have more revenue numbers, not talking about cash collected, but with this model, you're actually walking away with more money. So I would much rather have a $300,000 business than have a $1 million business that walks away with $150,000 to $200,000. Like, what are we doing it for? To have a bunch of fake Wizard of Oz vanity metrics that's not real, or to have something that's real, sustainable, and peaceful to where you're actually moving within your purpose? So here's the math. Let's say that you have a low ticket $47 product. Okay, 100 buyers, $4,700. 1,000 buyers, which is very doable today with content and how I'm going to break this down, but that's 47,000. Or let's say that you had 500 people in a community model or something like that. That's $100 a month. Well, now that's also $50K a month. Right? Now, these numbers like this is very doable. That's why I say you don't need to think like a content creator. When you're thinking like a contentpreneur, you realize that you don't have to have the biggest audience in order to make life-changing income. You just need to have the right audience. But to make this work, you need two things. You need a traffic source and you need clarity. That's where the specificity comes in that I broke down not too long ago. So you don't need a huge audience. You don't need celebrity status, and you don't need millions of followers. What you need is the right offer and the right traffic. So something that really, really changed my life was when I read this article by a guy by the name of Kevin Kelly. And Kevin Kelly, he had this article. It's called 1,000 True Fans. And basically, the whole subject of it is that if you get your 1,000 true fans paying you $100 a year, you have your $100,000 business. right? And so many people, including my former self, when we're starting off, we all have 6 figures as a target. And then we don't realize that we're putting these self-limiting beliefs on ourselves, because typically when we say 6 figures, we're not thinking that 6 figures goes all the way up to $999,999.99. We typically all think 100K. I'm guilty of it too myself, right? This was a target that I had for myself. But this changed my life when I read this. I actually found this. This book is right here behind me. I actually found this article in this big, thick book called Tools of Titans by Tim Ferriss. But you don't need to go and get that big book. I actually don't recommend getting that big book in order to find this article. It's freely, readily available on the internet. Just Google 1,000 True Fans. But once I read this, it changed my life, because I was stuck in trying to build the biggest audience at the time. Like I said, I built up my social media audience to over 100,000 followers. That's what I thought that I needed to do, and it was exhausting. Built up an Instagram audience to over 120,000 followers when I quit Instagram and decided to go all in on YouTube, because I realized that I didn't need a huge audience. I only needed a micro niche audience, right? Only need an audience of the right people. I built up my TikTok following to about 14 or 15,000 followers. Then I came across this article, 1,000 True Fans by Kevin Kelly. It changed my life. Now, even though you may be more ambitious than making just $100,000, the 1,000 True Fans at $100 per year, that's just the concept. Once you understand it, you can break down and switch up the numbers to hit whatever your target metric is. Another thing that changed my life shortly after this, I came across this YouTube channel. At the time, this guy had a very small YouTube channel. He only had about 5,000 to 7,000 subscribers. That K looks terrible. You deserve a little better than that. He had about 5 to 7K subscribers, but he had a $30,000 per month business. Per month. How did he have this? Because he had a digital product, which was a membership that was $100 a month. And from this 5,000 to 7,000 people, he had 300 people paying him $100 a month. That equals his $30,000 per month business. I'm like, oh, that's very doable. And this whole game doesn't become so intimidating and so far-fetched and so unbelievable how most people think that it is, once you're thinking like a contentpreneur and seeing things for what it actually is. You don't need to have that many vanity metrics. Now, the same gentleman here, about 3 years later, he now has a YouTube channel that has I think 30 to 40K subs, which is still, in the big scheme of YouTube, a small YouTube channel, but he now makes 6 figures per month. 6 figures per month from a small YouTube channel. I'm pretty sure he's not worried about why his videos don't get a lot of views. His videos typically only get about 1,000 to 2,000 views in a month span, but he's only focused on the right audience instead of thinking that he has to get in front of everybody. So, look, you just need the right offer with the right traffic. So what you need to understand is the difference between the asset versus attention. And us as contentpreneurs, we'll focus on the asset, whereas the content creators, they're focused on the attention. And this is one of the most important lessons that I can break down with you. So look, attention looks like this. You're focused on views, you're focused on likes, you're focused on followers, you're focused on subscribers. But when you're focused on the assets, you're focused on your products. You're focused on an email list. You're focused on your community. You're focused on your systems. You're focused on your YouTube channel. A lot of people, they wonder why do I only make YouTube content? Why did I leave my social media audience of over 100,000 followers on Instagram? Why did I leave my tens of thousands of followers on TikTok to build a YouTube channel from scratch? Because a YouTube channel is a digital asset as well. So even though I said that content is not the goal, well, if you're thinking of distribution, a YouTube channel can be a distribution, and it can be an additional source of income as a digital asset that compounds over time. So just in real time, let me just bring up my YouTube analytics real quick. So within the past month, within the past 28 days, I've made $4,000. All right, just to make content. That's just off of the views, and I don't even have the biggest YouTube channel yet. But about $4,000. So that's $4,000 to sit here and just yap and talk about things that I enjoy to talk about, that I would talk about for free anyways. And that's a digital asset. And I have a past in real estate also. And I know that those real estate guys, to get good cash flow in like a single family household, people are going hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt to make like $300 to $500 per month in positive cash flow. You know how many rental houses I would have to get to make this same $4,000 that I just made the past 28 days? Like, this is a true digital asset that I'm building a catalog that get views on the hour, every hour, nonstop. My content from months and years ago is still getting hundreds of views per day, and I'm getting paid a little bit by it. Now, that's not a business model. That's what a content creator would shoot for, but I'm a contentpreneur, so it's nice to have a little cherry on top, but that's not the goal of the business. But this is a true digital asset as well. And YouTube can be a digital asset that compounds over time for you, that can help build all of these assets at the same time. It's true leverage. So what you need to understand is that attention is temporary, but assets compound. So digital products and digital assets, they turn attention into assets. And that's what we want to have. That's the true power. That's the true leverage. That's the true ownership. And that's where the true income, and what all the content creators call that passive income, comes from. So the real digital product ecosystem that will basically set up the entirety of this course and this training is, we start with content, but we're only thinking of content as the traffic source. And we're only thinking of traffic because we know that we need to have something that can generate leads, to where we can capture those leads, then offer our products to them, and then build either out a community or some level to where we can ascend them to buy more products over time, or products that have a more perceived value and a higher price point over time as well. This right here is the actual model. This right here is how you can actually build a not only profitable, but a peaceful and dependable business over time. I've been in models in years past to where it's like, whoa, extreme highs and extreme lows. And that is a very, very stressful place to be. To whereas I found a lot of peace with what I'm doing online, digital products. And a couple years ago, I never set New Year's resolutions for myself, but I do want to have themes going into every single year. And when I started this model that I'm breaking down with you in this course, I said that I wanted to make peaceful, purposeful, passion-filled profits. I found it. Going into this year, my whole motto is to do less better. And I truly feel as if I found a way to blend those peaceful, purposeful, passionate profits in a way to where I can do less better at the same time. It's pretty sweet on this side of things. You can do it too if you make the decision to do it. So, look, the biggest mistake that most people make is that most people think, what product should I make? And that's the wrong thinking. That should not be your first thought on what product can I make? What product should I create? What is the best product to sell right now? That's wrong thinking. Instead, you need to start with, what problem do people already want solved? Remember, we're in the transformation business, not the digital product business. And a transformation is simply just a solution to a problem. So all that we have to focus on as contentpreneurs is isolating a specific problem in the marketplace that people are already wanting, searching, praying for the solution to. And that's what we focus on first. Remember, the product is simply just the vehicle. The solution is the actual product. So what most people don't realize is that the product actually comes last. The problem comes first. So you don't start by building out a product. You start by identifying a problem people already want solved. So the next thing that we need to figure out is, what is it that you should actually sell? In order to find a profitable digital product idea, you need to identify a problem that people already want solved and position yourself to solve it. So most people, they pick the wrong idea. They start with their passion, or they start with something that they think is really, really cool and they want to tap into their creative side. Or they start with something that sounds cool and they start with something that they want to talk about. For starters, that's just selfish because you're only thinking of yourself. And in order to actually make money in the marketplace, you need to be thinking of other people. And just doing something that you want to do is a terrible business decision. So instead, what you need to start with is with demand. You need to start with problems that already exist in the marketplace, and you need to start with outcomes that people already pay for. So you don't want to start with what you want to teach. You want to start with what others are searching and yearning for the information for. So you start with what people already want solved. So an example of this, somebody, they may want to teach people how to start a podcast. Well, that's extremely too broad. Something more specific and an actual problem that people would pay for the solution for would be this: how to get your first 1,000 podcast listeners. Remember, the money is in specificity, not in general broadness. So somebody else, they may want to start in the fitness niche, and they'll say like, yo, I want to motivate people to get fit. Well, that's what you want to do. Well, somebody else may be into something that's more specific, like lose 15 pounds without quitting after 2 weeks. Clarity and specificity sells. But at the same time, you do need to find something that has a mixture between what people need and are asking for and demanding, and blending that into what it is that you actually care about, what you have some passion for, and something that you enjoy because you'll stick with it long term. Now, I used to be one of those individuals that used to say dumb stuff like, man, fuck your passion. We'll get to the passion later. We need to get to this money first, and then we'll get to whatever we're passionate about later. And some of that dumb stuff still exists out there on the internet, especially on my YouTube channel back when I used to have a podcast. And I leave that up just so people can see the evolution of what I've became now. Because former entrepreneur me, in earlier stages of my entrepreneurial journey, once I believed in all that dumb hustle culture, grind your face off, forget your passion BS, I followed it. And I ended up building a business and a life for myself that I hated. And that's something that I wouldn't wish upon anybody, because it freaking sucks. And there's nobody else that you can blame but yourself for building a business around something that you don't enjoy at all. So this model right here, this completely changed my life. And this is how we can blend what people want with what you actually want to do. And you can also find your purpose within this. Now, this is a concept that the Japanese use called an ikigai. And this is something that they use to find their purpose in life. But this is something that I use to help me find the business that I would be able to move within my purpose and monetize something that I'm actually passionate about, to whereas I wake up each and every single day looking forward to what I have to do each and every single day. Now, even though I know that motivation is just a feeling and it fades, like discipline outweighs motivation by far. But if I am able to find something that I'm passionate about, I do what I need to do on a day-to-day basis with a different energy, and it feels good, and I look forward to the work that I have to do. Or not even that I have to do. I even changed my whole paradigm on how I look at work. I don't have to do it, I get to do it. Like I have the opportunity to do it. And this is what changed my life right here. So like I said, this concept is called an ikigai, and this is how the Japanese find their purpose in life. But you can use this to help you find your purpose in business. And as an entrepreneur, your business kind of coincides with your life. So this can help you find your purpose and your meaning. So with this ikigai concept right here, you're finding the mixture in between what you love, right? So think about your passion. Think about the things that just bring joy into your world. And you mix that in with what you're good at. Now, a lot of people, they just stay right here. And this is where a lot of people aren't able to monetize anything. Like they're able to find their passion right here because that's a mix in between these two, right? But they're not able to get paid for it because they're only thinking about things that they want to do. But if you take it a level deeper, here, you think about what it is that you can get paid for. Now, if you're only thinking about what you're good at, what you can get paid for, that typically ends up being people's profession. And that's why a lot of people don't like their 9-to-5 job and actually hate the way that they make money, but feel like they have to do it because they need to pay for their life. Well, it's because they haven't mixed in any of this passion right here or any of this what you love, right? But the fourth thing that you need to find is what the world needs. So a lot of people, if they mix in what they love with what the world needs, they'll find their mission, but there's no way that they can actually monetize it because they haven't thought about things that they can get paid for. And they may not, be able to do it long term because it may not be something that they're actually good at, right? So when you can mix in these four here, between what you love, what you're good at, what you can be paid for, and what the world actually needs, that's when you can find your ikigai. That's when you find that perfect blend between how you can actually make money doing what you love and moving within your purpose with some passion, and still deliver to people what it is that they actually need, what it is that they actually want, and what it is that they actually desire. So really spend some time on this and really sit down with yourself and do this practice. Just draw out 4 circles. All right, just like this. And think about, remember what you love, what you're good at, what the world needs or what people needs, to what you can get paid for, right? You get that middle right here to where they all overlap. That's what you can do. That's where you can find your purpose. That's where you can monetize your passion. And that's where you can find your ikigai. This completely changed my life. And this is the foundation of what I'm doing now. Now, when you find out how you can blend what people need with what it is that you actually care about, and focus in on realizing that problems are the currency of digital products. So as I've stated before, people, they don't buy information, they don't buy inspiration, and they don't buy motivation. What they buy is solutions, shortcuts, and outcomes. Now, the main way to where you can make the most money is focusing on bigger problems, because the bigger the problem, the easier to sell, right? Like What a lot of people don't realize about just humans in general, it's easier to draw someone away from their pain than to lead them towards pleasure. And a lot of times people are thinking about what do other people want, and then they're trying to dangle something that's desirable in front of their face instead of thinking about what is the biggest pain that people are looking to get away from. So just to show you how we're all wired, just as people and consumers, I could stand on the corner and I could just ask random people like, hey, can I give you $100? And people would question the free money because like, well, what's the deal? What I gotta do? What's the catch? Or some people will probably just walk past me like, what's this weirdo talking about giving out $100? No, that sounds too good. No, something up. Where's the hidden camera? But if somebody was sitting in a parking lot with a dead battery and I offered them to jump their car, they would take that help from a stranger because they're in a situation to where they need that pain alleviated right now. But somebody just standing on the corner giving out free $100 bills, they don't even want to have a conversation with that person because like, yo, this is what's up with this? This isn't normal. And that's what a lot of people don't realize on the internet is that all these people are trying to give people something that they desire. And for the majority of people on the internet, they're like, oh, this sounds too good to be true. What's the catch? Oh, if it's that easy, then everybody would be doing it, right? So if you focus on problems, you focus on pain points, then you're able to just jab into that pain and kind of just twist. That's what will make people move. That's what will make people buy. And that is also what will make people have the actual change that they desire in their life. Because a lot of people haven't made the necessary moves that they need to make simply because they haven't been through enough pain yet. Like there's still a level of comfort there that's not, that isn't motivating them to move and make the necessary changes in their life, right? So the bigger the problem, the easier it is to make the sale. So always remember, it's always going to be easier to draw someone away from their pain than to bring them in or pull them in towards their pleasures. So here's some examples of the problems that people pay to solve. And this is basically the Holy Trinity, or how my friends in Louisiana call the Holy Trinity of, what is it, onions, bell peppers, and celery. All right, this is pretty much the Holy Trinity of online business. So it typically comes down to health, wealth, and relationships. These are the big three. This is more powerful than Blossom, Buttercup, and Bubbles. This is more powerful than T-Boz, Left Eye, and Chili. This is more powerful than Belle, Biv, and DeVoe. All right, this is more powerful than Rocky, Tum Tum, and Cole. If you know that movie, Me and You Cool. Remember that? Rocky loves Emily. Rocky loves Emily. If you know that movie, me and you could probably kick in and have a good time on the couch. But look, these are the three main markets and these are the three main money makers. And typically, over 90% of problems that people truly do have in their life, they typically come down to these three. But the problem that most people do is that they'll just pick one of these as a whole, and then they'll just make something entirely too broad. And they say like, hey, I'm in the health niche. Hey, I'm in the wealth niche. Hey, I'm in the relationship niche. So think about problems. So if somebody is in the health niche, for example, and let's say that they're helping people lose weight. All right, so let's say that they're helping people, let me make this pen a little smaller here. Let's say that they're helping people lose weight. They'll say, okay, this is my niche. I'm helping people lose weight. Niched it down. But how and why are these people wanting to lose weight? Remember, the money is in the specificity. And there's so many reasons why different people are trying to lose weight, want to lose weight, and we need to think about these things. So instead of just losing weight, now we can get to something else that's more, okay, let's say that we're focusing in on diets. Then people be like, okay, that's my niche. But throughout the dieting, there's so many different ways and different types and different reasons why people are dieting. You have the athletes out there, you have the people that are going through certain ailments. So there's a member in my community, this is where she was stuck at the diet. And I was like, okay, well, can we take it a level deeper to make your product more specific? Well, she ended up going to thinking about this carnivore diet. This was going to be her digital product, helping people lose weight through this carnivore diet. But when we took it a level deeper than that, why did she start the carnivore diet? Well, she started the carnivore diet because she was going through a bunch of crazy symptoms within her body that nobody could figure out, or people were misdiagnosing her for all this type of stuff. And she was getting misdiagnosed through menopause and perimenopause and all this other stuff. But that was the actual reason why she even discovered and started to do this carnivore diet that she got on, right? So then she started to basically help women that were going through menopause stages, right, with this carnivore diet. And this was the way for them to like lose weight also. So when she first started off this, she was thinking about making a diet product. It actually turned into being a product for women of a specific age that were going through certain signs that may be diagnosed as menopause, but they actually weren't. It was whatever she had realized during this diet stage, right? So this is a example of a specific painful problem that somebody is going through within the health niche, to where she could deliver a solution that had worked for herself. And then once she had helped other people, she had a proof of concept that it worked outside of herself. Therefore, it's easy for people to realize that this product is for them when it comes across them in the marketplace or when she presents it to people. So if I give you another example just of myself, my first digital product that I created, it came from the wealth niche, right? So I used to be involved in real estate. But I was like, okay, I'm going to help people get started in real estate. But real estate is so broad. There's so many things that you can do in real estate. You can get started in flipping houses. You can get started in, you can go be a realtor. You can get started in Airbnb. There's so many different avenues and branches of real estate. So what I was doing at the time was something called wholesaling real estate. All right. So in wholesaling real estate, it's basically this strategy to where you can technically flip properties without using any of your own cash or credit. You're really just flipping paperwork, right? But throughout wholesaling, there's so many different avenues that go to that I basically just focused in on getting people to find their first deal in wholesaling. And the way that I primarily was doing it was through delinquent taxes. And that's how I got started within the wealth niche, right? Now, my first digital product, it was an ebook that covered 99 ways how to find these delinquent properties. So I gave them a bunch of ways, but I really focused in the video modules on breaking this aspect down of it, because it was a bundle that came with the ebook and some video module courses. So the ebook gave you 99 ways how to do it, and then the video modules gave a complete breakdown of like how to find the buyers, how to find the sellers, stuff like that. But I'm just giving you some examples of these are problems that people actually pay for. And when you're thinking of a niche, you have to get specific within that niche. And there's so many branches that you can go off of these main three money makers, the big three, right? Or the Holy Trinity, however you want to call it. And if you really think about whatever idea that you may have, there's a way, if you really lock in and focus, to where it is going to break down into one of these three. And if you can think about any educational products or any books that you've found or that you've purchased, any courses that you've purchased, any communities that you've joined, it's typically for one of these main three reasons. Now, there is a fourth one, but I really only want to focus on these three because these are three money makers. The fourth one is basically entertainment. But I don't advise people to get started in the entertainment business because it's a hard business to make it in. It's hard to make money just off of entertaining folks, but it's easy to make money off of actually solving problems for people. Now, a lot of people, they'll say something like they want to be a life coach, which life coaches, it's great. But if you think about the life coaches that are making the most amount of money, it's typically tapping into one of these three. Somebody used Tony Robbins as an example. Well, Tony Robbins, now for the most part, he taps into this side of it. And then when he was starting off, even to this day, he taps into this side of it. A lot of people want to be a mindset coach or talk about manifestations or whatnot. That's cool. But if somebody wants to have a better mindset, why do they want to have a better mindset? Typically comes down to one of these three. If somebody wants to manifest, what do they want to manifest, and what is their why behind the reasons that they want to do it? It typically taps into one of these three. So you can pretty much do whatever you want to do, but don't lose sight of these main three, because that's how you make money from it. You don't make money from the thing. You make money from the problem that the thing solves. All right? Now, always remember, your problem is the product, not the other way around. People think that the product is the product when it's not. The problem that you solve is the product. And you need to realize in this also, your experience is much more valuable than you think. You do not need to be the best in the world. So many people think that they need to be some super guru, whatever highest level Mensa expert of guru-ness. You don't. And they think this because they're comparing their right now to people who they consume information from or people that they've bought stuff from. But what you need to realize is this: you only need to be a few steps ahead of someone else. That's it. I love to use my friend's daughters as an example. He has 3 daughters now. One that is, I want to say 6, 4, and 1. Before the 1-year-old came, the 6-year-old would teach the 4-year-old stuff every single day. She wasn't saying, "Oh, I'm only 6 years old. I can't teach anybody anything." She teaches her sister, her parents, me, her grandparents, everybody stuff every single day. I was just kicking it with her about a month ago. She was teaching me all types of things. She wasn't not confident in her knowledge, all right? So I'm like, if a 6-year-old can teach not only adults, but a 4-year-old something, why can't you teach somebody something that's a few steps behind you? So if I'm using somebody in the businesses, for example, somebody that's making $3,000 a month can help somebody that's making 0. When I first started with my first digital product right here, and this first digital product is what made me a little over $900,000, it wasn't like I was the most successful at it. But if I'm consistently getting 1 to 2 deals a month or every other month, I can help somebody that's not getting any deal flow. If somebody's lost 30 pounds, they can help somebody that's trying to lose their first 10 pounds. You don't have to look like you're going to a bikini competition or anything like that. But if you've gotten a certain result for yourself and somebody else hasn't gotten that result for themselves, you can help them with that. And you don't need to be the guru. You need to be the guide. So here's what you need to understand. We're living in the trust economy right now, and people are buying things from people that they know, like, and trust. So people need to find somebody that they can trust to be the guide more so than who can give them the most information. And what a lot of people don't realize is this: people don't teach because they're experts, how most people think. People become the expert because they teach. So think about everybody that you get information from in whatever type of niche, whatever category, whatever industry, include myself. A lot of people, especially beginners, they think that they can't get started because they're not this perceived expert of whatever and whoever they're comparing themselves with. But the only reason why you perceive anybody else outside of yourself to be an expert is because they consistently show up and they consistently teach and they consistently talk about the things that they know. Therefore, they become the perceived expert. So people think that people become experts because they teach, when that's not the case. People become the expert because they publicly teach consistently. And that's how you become the perceived expert in your space. A lot of people, they don't realize that. And as soon as you flip that belief system, you start to build an audience. You start to get people from that audience to buy your digital products. You start to become the perceived trusted authority within your space because you consistently show up. So once you realize that you don't need to be whatever expert that you're comparing yourself to, or whoever you think that you need to be, and realize that you only need to be at least one to a couple to a few steps ahead of whoever it is that you're helping. And then that's why you want to always be working on your development. That's why you always want to be working and investing on your skill set and acquiring new skills and honing those new skills that you acquire over time so that you can consistently stay ahead of those people that you're leading and ahead of those people that you're helping along the way. You need to realize, and you will realize, that the money is made in skill stacking. So a lot of times people, they think that it's this one skill that is going to be monetizable, when your actual niche and your actual offer, the more skills that you stack, the more profitable you will be. And it typically comes down to more than one skill and a mixture of them. So let me break it down. So look, the most profitable ideas come from combining skills, not just one. So for example, if somebody's in the fitness niche and they want to help people get in shape, lose weight, whatever. But if they skill stack and make something like fitness for busy professionals, now that becomes more specific and that becomes more profitable because the specificity will stick out to somebody who doesn't have much time, right? So instead of saying, here's how to lose weight, you could say, here's how to lose 20 pounds in a month in only 20 minutes a day. Well, that 20 minutes a day, who is that going to draw? Probably somebody that doesn't have much time. And who's somebody that doesn't have much time? That might be a busy working professional. Or you could flip this, and instead of a working professional, it could be for mothers, right? Especially a new mom. Somebody else in my community, that's how we got her niche down. She was helping new mothers lose that baby fat, right? But it's the stacking that made that profitable instead of just making it something for fitness. So somebody else may want to have a cooking product, but a cooking product, what if they're budget meals? It's something else that we worked out with somebody in my community. She was making budget meals for busy moms, right? She added another stack here, budget meals, and then she added the busy moms to it. Right? But somebody else, kind of like myself, I may have a YouTube, right? I may talk about how you can grow a YouTube channel. But there's tons of channels out there that are talking about how to grow a YouTube channel on YouTube. But how could I make that profitable? Well, if I talk about using YouTube as a marketing engine to create a system to sell your online digital products, well, that's something that now becomes profitable. And I actually uh, make more money by having a narrower audience because I'm not getting all the views from people that just want to be content creators. I'm only getting views from entrepreneurs and aspiring entrepreneurs who want to increase their income, impact, and influence online from stuff that they know. I'm not getting the views from people that want to, have a faceless YouTube channel just so they can make money off of YouTube AdSense, or somebody that just wants to be famous. There's really not any money to make there. So, like I said, say somebody wants to have a photography product. Well, a skill set that they could add on to it. Well, what if they had a photography product for acquiring new customers or acquiring clients? Because a lot of people take great pictures, but they don't know how to make money from their pictures. And then that would turn into a wealth product, because you could help photographers get more clients. Or, for example, somebody came to me, they were wanted to have a yoga product. Well, as soon as we flipped that to helping yoga instructors get consistent clients, well, then it hit this category right here, right? Because a lot of people, they're passionate about yoga, they do yoga, they know all the benefits of yoga, but they're starving. There's a lot of starving artists out there, right? But the skill stack right here is what made that yoga product profitable. Instead of just teaching people how to do yoga online, it now turns into, here's how a yoga instructor can get a client. And then they're still talking about the things that they want to talk about and that they're passionate about in yoga. So, like I said, I use myself as an example. These are just some skills that I stacked in order to have my niche and make a profitable product. So, if I use myself as an example, I can have marketing plus branding plus digital products plus YouTube, and I talk about systems too. That's where I find my unique positioning. So always think of skill stacking instead of just the one individual skill. So always remember, skill A plus skill B equals your unique position in the marketplace. Now, a lot of people outside of this, they don't take it to this level when they're thinking of picking their niche. And even if people do take it to this level of picking their niche, they just leave it there. Whereas you have to take it a level deeper, because even outside of your niche, or what's more important than your niche, is going to be isolating and identifying your avatar. So you need to understand that the who is more important than what you sell. Who are we selling this to? And nobody knows who it is that they're targeting. Therefore, so many people really struggle to make any money. And this is the most important thing. So, even more important than your niche is your avatar. So, your avatar, this is going to be your target customer. This is not plural. This is not customers. Customer. With a hard R. And if you don't look like me, be careful. Be careful on any joke dealing with the hard R. All right. But look, seriously, we need to be focused on who it is that we're selling to. And we need to obsess on coming up with that individual's problem, and that's it. So, how most people do, let's just say that this is a niche, and people will focus on the niche. And just imagine that all these dots are people within the niche. Well, it becomes hard to be seen. But if you identify and isolate an avatar within that niche, now it's easy to be seen. And then this is how you actually do build a customer base. This is how you actually do build an audience, by focusing on the one instead of the many. And you will be shocked to find out how many more people within the marketplace fits your target demographic. And this is how we actually do start to get some momentum. This is how we actually do start to build some momentum with our consistency, because a lot of people are consistent, but they're consistently not getting any results. And it's because they're trying to focus on everybody instead of focusing on somebody. And when you try to sell to everybody, typically you end up selling to nobody. So I'm on the West Coast quite frequently. In-N-Out only focuses on burgers, fries, and shakes. In-N-Out is one of the most successful fast food chains in the country, only focusing on burgers, fries, and shakes for a certain region of the country. That's it. Chick-fil-A sells chicken. That's it. That's all that they're focused on. They ain't trying to have all these menu options, right? You focus on the one and then you get to the many. So this is an exercise that I do, and a lot of people think that it's very, very silly. And I will allow them to continue to think that it's very, very silly, because ain't nothing funny about making any money. You know what I'm talking about? But look, I go to the extreme of literally drawing out a stick figure. And matter of fact, let me give my stick figure a little smile here, because they're happy. And I want to give them a little nose too, because life would suck without having a nose to be able to smell all the great smells in life, right? But give your avatar a name. What's their name? All right? How do they feel? And when I say how do they feel, I literally mean, how do they feel about themselves? How do they feel when they wake up in the morning? Are they fulfilled in life? Do they love what they're doing on a day-to-day basis? Do they hate what they're doing? Are they insecure about themselves? For certain people, this may apply is, what is their gender? Right? This might apply depending on the actual offer. Is somebody helping men? Is somebody helping women? Is somebody helping people in their 50s? I know there's somebody in my community, Eric, he's focused on helping people in their 50s, right? So age may come into it. Gender may come into it. I hate to use this as an example, but race is a thing. Race may come into it. I know somebody also in my community, they're African, they use African holistic practices as a healer, right? Typically what she's doing, and the people that are going to gravitate to her based off of her offering, her products, her community, and the type of content that she makes, race is going to be a thing. And she knows that in how she titles and packages certain content to market to her offerings, right? And I'm not saying that this is a good or a bad thing, but this is a human thing, and like attracts like. It's just how we are as people, and even outside of humans, it's an animalistic thing as well. So just for example, if I were to have a baby elephant in the room right now, and over here I had a herd of elephants, and over here I had a herd of gazelles, where do you think the elephant is going to gravitate to? It's going to gravitate to the elephants. Why? Because it looks, sounds, and feels familiar. So a lot of times, your main audience that you build, for the most part, of course, is going to be some anomalies here and there, but they're going to look like you for the most part. Somebody else saying the same exact thing that I say in the video, if they happen to be a woman, well, just off of how it is, their primary audience is probably going to be women. Just like my primary audience is mainly men, just because like attracts like. Now, I did do some intentional strategies to kind of skew it, because I did have like a 90-10 ratio of men to women. And then once I started to kind of intentionally want to get in front of some of the ladies, what's up, ladies? Now I have kind of more of a 60-40 more so ratio, 60% men, 40% women. That was something that I intentionally strategized and started to implement, but still, majority is still men, like attracts like, right? Now, certain things that I talk about here, you want to know certain things about your avatar, because you want to know who it is that you're selling to, and you want to know where this person congregates. So if you know that you're going to have to use some type of content to get in front of these people, where are these people? Are they on YouTube? Are they on Facebook? Are they on Instagram? Are they on TikTok? Are they on Reddit? Right? And if you're making an informational, transformational product, this is what I realized. Well, I know that this person's going to be on YouTube. Not saying that they're not going to be all over here too, but if I'm making informational content, where's the one place that people go for information? They go to YouTube, right? So that's when I quit social media with over 100,000 followers, because I'm like, man, I'm wasting all my time with all this short form content. When people are going to learn on YouTube, why don't I just go and make stuff primarily only on YouTube, right? But that came from me really identifying who my avatar is. What are the problems that they're going through? What are the pain points? Remember, it's always easier to draw someone away from their pain than to lead them towards their pleasure. And what are their pleasures? Because if I know their pleasures, then I should be able to strategically think, okay, what is the opposite of that pleasure? If I know that they truly do want this, but me showing them that I have this probably wouldn't attract them, then what's the pain that I can focus in on that through alleviating that pain, they will get their actual pleasure in something that they desire, right? So we need to take it a level deeper than the niche, and we need to isolate who are we going to focus on within that actual niche. Now, an exercise that you can do, and something that really made this way, way easier for me, is that my avatar is simply just myself. That makes this a lot easier. My avatar is simply just myself from 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 years ago. And that's it. And I only make stuff that I knew that I needed along the way, because I have been through some pain along my entrepreneurial journey. And all that I'm focused on is helping my former self avoid those pains, those pitfalls, so they don't have to go through it and truly make it crowded at the top. So every offering that I have, everything that I've built my community around, every single YouTube video that I make, I'm only making the stuff that I wish that I needed. And this whole process becomes very easy for me to do. Product ideation becomes very easy for me to do. Content creation ideas become very easy for me to do, because I'm only making the stuff that I wish I had. I'm only making the stuff that I now know that I needed. That's it. And a lot of people, they tell me in my videos on a consistent basis, like, oh man, it feels like you talking to me. Oh man, bro, how do you know my life? Like, are you spying on me? Man, and they don't realize that we have so much in common. And the only separator between myself and them is that I have some years of experience on them. And I've already gone through the things that they are going through, and I've already felt the things that they are feeling. That's why I can speak with so much conviction on a lot of my videos and my content, because I know the pain, because I felt it myself. And you may not be able to do this in your niche, but if you are able to, if you just focus in on coming up with everything that you wish that you had along the way, from where you are right now, if you can just look back to last year, the year before last, 5 years from now, 8 years from now, be like, man, I wish I knew what I knew then now. Well, give the people that don't know what you know now, give them the sauce. Give them the solution. Give them the help that you wish that you had. You are now the person that you wish that you had. So help those people that are having the same wishes that you had then. Help them people that have the same ambition that you did then. Help those people that have the same sense of, I know I used to feel a sense of hopelessness, right? Like I focus in on helping those folks. And my avatar is simply just my former self. And a lot of this stuff becomes easy. And a lot of the consistency that people aren't able to keep up with for whatever the reasons that they make up in their head, that becomes a lot easier also. This course becomes very easy for me to create because I know that I need it, right? So this starts with you identifying problems that you've already solved. So really take out a piece of paper, take out a tablet, take out your phone, your notes app, whatever it is that you take notes with, and really sit down and think and list, what are 10 problems that you solved in your life? Literally anything. Stuff that you struggled with, like list those things out. You know that saying how we all say like, man, or we tell some story about how we wish we would have known it then, and then we'd be like, man, hindsight's 2020. Well, think about it. Hindsight's 2020 because we've lived through it, we experienced it, and we figured it out. So what are those things that we didn't have the foresight for then, but we have the hindsight now? So it can be anything. Literally, have you paid off debt? Have you lost weight? Have you started a business? Have you learned how to work a software? I don't know the stats now, but for years running, one of the largest or one of the most profitable courses on this platform called Teachable, and it was probably one of the most profitable courses, period, was a course on how to work Microsoft Excel. She made millions of dollars teaching people how to work Microsoft Excel. Think about how many people, including my former self, back before I fired my job, April 1st, 2016, are sitting there lying on resumes talking about how they're Microsoft Excel proficient. I know I put it on my resume. I have no clue how to work Microsoft Excel. But she just learned how to work a software, make a course about it. Do you have any side hustle that you've had success at? Have you grown a social media account? Have you found out a way to improve your productivity? All right, there's somebody else that comes to mind right now, a guy by the name of Ali Abdal. He has a YouTube channel of millions of subscribers. He's made millions of dollars in digital products, helping people become more productive. Can literally be anything. And then ask yourself, would someone pay to solve this faster? And that question there, it changes everything. I tell people that if you can answer yes to 2 of these questions, or to both of these questions, then you literally have like $1 million business in your head. And it's so simple. First question is, has anybody ever asked me how to do anything? It can literally be anything. I guarantee the answer is yes. And then the second question, have I seen anybody else, or has anybody else made money with the same thing that people ask me how to do? I guarantee you the answer is yes. I told this to one of my homegirls. She had came up with knitting. She likes to knit. And she's like, yeah, nobody's made money from that. I showed her somebody that I met in the Delta Lounge one day. I had a layover for a flight, a long layover. I was in the Delta Lounge. She built a 7-figure business teaching women how to knit. This same homegirl of mine, she was like, stuff around the house, cooking, Susie Homemakers, stuff like that. She's like, nobody would pay to learn how to do that. I was like, have you heard of Martha Stewart? If she didn't get jammed up, Martha Stewart would have been a multi-billionaire by now. If she's, I don't even know if she's not, but I'm just saying, Martha Stewart would have been like super duper billionaire if she ain't get jammed up off of a bunch of Susie Homemaker stuff. It can literally be anything. And people are paying for literally anything. So, once you can isolate the problem that you're going to solve and who you're solving that problem for, there's key market signals to where you will know how to see if there's demand for your idea. So places that you want to look at, think about this platform that you're on right now. So many people spend so much time consuming YouTube and they don't see the opportunity, the problems that are just sitting in your face on a day-to-day basis on YouTube. So first of all, I've already touched on this before earlier in this course, but stop thinking like a content creator. Stop thinking like a how can I better say this? You want to be a producer more than you consume. And even when you're consuming content, you need to consume it all from the lens of a producer. Because once you consume everything with a producer mindset, then you start to think of ways that you could produce for your audience. So many people are consuming content on YouTube on a day-to-day basis. So many people are typing into the search bar on YouTube on a day-to-day basis, but they're not looking at the YouTube search bar as a resource to find market demand. So you could literally go on YouTube and type how to whatever it is that you talk about, and then use the autocomplete in YouTube in the search bar to let it fill in. You have proof of concept in real time that people are searching for the answers to something. And how I do it, I'll put let's say that I'm in the health niche. I'm gonna just say how to lose weight. I'm gonna say how to lose weight. And then I'm gonna type an A into the search bar and then let it autocomplete. Then I'm gonna delete that A, I'm gonna type B and let it autocomplete. Then I'm gonna type C, let it autocomplete. Everything that YouTube is going to autocomplete to finish whatever your search term is literally things that thousands of people are searching into the search bar. Well, that's a gap in the marketplace of a problem that people are searching for the solution for in real time. Then, all these YouTube videos that you're watching, look in the comments. There's going to be a lot of information gaps in the comments. If somebody's watching a video about how to lose weight and people are in the comments asking questions about how to lose weight, well, that's an information gap that that creator did not fill, to whereas you could fill for those people that are searching for the answers. Something else that you can search for, Reddit. Reddit is full with questions. You can do the same autocomplete thing that I wrote down on YouTube and on Google. Google is the number one search engine. YouTube is the second biggest search engine on the planet because Google owns YouTube. You can do the same thing on Google. You can go on Amazon, right? Look for books on Amazon. If there is a book that has been written about a topic, there is money that you can make about that topic. And if you're just searching for books on Amazon, you will see that they're writing books on absolutely how to do literally everything. There's somebody else that I helped in my community. I didn't know that this was a thing, but then I learned it was a thing through helping them build their business, helping people how to breathe or teaching people how to breathe. Think about that. I didn't even realize that that was something that I needed assistance with until I started to help them out, because I didn't realize that certain anxiety issues that I used to have, for one, I didn't realize it was anxiety, to whereas they had pointed that out to me. But this breathing exercise would help me get over this feeling that I would be feeling, because I would get this like crazy nervous feeling in the pit of my stomach, and I can think myself sick. Like there's been times to whereas just with thoughts that I'm having, I can make myself physically throw up and make myself sick just with certain thoughts. And when I would get this anxious feeling in my gut, she taught me that I wasn't breathing properly. So she actually helped me with the problem that I was having as I was coaching her on how she could monetize her gift of helping people breathe. All right. Somebody else that I met at a marketing event, making like somewhere between like $40,000 and $60,000 a month, teaching people how to walk dogs. That's their offering to the marketplace. Right. I just came across literally yesterday in my research, somebody who's built a successful community helping people hold their breath longer. Like it's literally anything. And another great resource is something called Answer the Public. AnswerThePublic.com. AnswerThePublic.com. It's a free resource to whereas you can type in anything about any niche or any industry, and it will give you all of the top search questions about that. And it'll break it down in nice little categories. It'll break it down in the who, the what, the why, the how, the where. It'll break it down in prepositions and all this type of stuff. I say it's a free resource. It does start to charge after however so many searches per day, but you get so much information that you shouldn't ever have to exceed the free amount of searches that you get, right? Or you could just, use AI, use ChatGPT or whatever, language model, LLM that you use, whatever your choice is, whether it be Claude or Gemini or Grok, whatever it is. Ask ChatGPT or the AI if they can find the most searched questions about certain stuff. But the key of all this is that questions equal opportunities. If people are asking questions, then there is demand. And if you can find these questions that people are searching for the answers to and these painful problems, once you know who it is that you're actually going to be serving and helping with your product and with your offering, what is it that they're searching for, then you know what to create versus thinking and feeling like this is what you should create. So the rule is simple. The simplicity rule. Remember, simple scales, fancy fails. And most beginners, they try to build something entirely too broad. So for an example, somebody in the business niche, they'll say how to build a business. No, too broad. A better example would be how to start a pressure washing business, or how somebody in my community, they're helping people start these, what's it called? Scalp micropigmentation. Basically tattooing hairlines and stuff. He's not just talking about how to start a business. He's talking about how to start a micropigmentation business. But something that would even be an even better example, instead of just how to start a pressure washing business, how about how to get your first 3 pressure washing clients? See, the more specific the problem, the easier to sell, because your product pretty much starts to self-identify its audience. And so many people, they're out here trying to build an audience instead of letting their offer build their audience, because they will only be focused on making the content for this person, to whereas it's easily identifiable. And this person like, oh, that's for me. Oh, I need that. And that's why we think like a contentpreneur instead of a content creator, because our offerings build our audience instead of us trying to build an audience and then trying to think up of an offer to present to that audience. So even with all this said, you still do not build the product yet. And that's why so many people are not making any money, because the first thing that they go do is build the product. So think about these levels that we've went through so far, and we still haven't even gotten to building the actual product. That still doesn't come yet. So you want to validate your idea before building. You do not build the product yet. First, you test the idea. And we want to test the idea, so when we do take our time to build the product, we know that people want this, instead of just building something that we think and feel like people know. And then you'll be able to move with a lot more confidence once you know that this is something that people want, once you know that people are waiting for what you have to offer. That's why That's way, 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 way easier to sell. And in the next module, we're going to break down how you can validate this idea before you actually build. And you can also pre-sell while you build. Now, you want to validate before you build. And the whole purpose of this is because you want to confirm demand before creating the product, so you avoid building something that nobody wants to buy. So look, the biggest mistake that most people make is this. They start with the idea, then they go out and they build the product, and then they launch, and then they say, gee willikers, Batman, I hope that somebody buys. And they think that they're going to get sales off of hope. And hope is a terrible business decision. So look, what usually happens is that they typically take months building out something, and then they launch to complete silence, and then they get discouraged, and then they say things like, oh, this doesn't work. Or on the other hand, you have those people that say, oh, this is a scam. It's impossible to make money online like everybody says. And then they quit, and then they just go and try whatever the next new shiny object thing is, or whatever the new side hustle is, or whatever the new way to make easy passive income is. So most people spend more time building their product than actually validating their product. And if you actually take some time, energy, and effort on validating your idea, then you go into the marketplace confident that somebody will buy something, because you already know that you're creating something that they want versus thinking that you're creating something that people want. So look, this is the correct order that you need to actually monetize your offer and build a real solid foundation of a business online. You start with the problem, then you go into your message, then you go to your offer, and then you build the actual product. So just to define what these all mean right here, for starters, the problem, that's simply just what people want solved. Simple. Your message is how you communicate the solution. And this word right here, communicate, it's a key word, because so many people aren't focused on their communication skills at all. And I'm telling you, along your entrepreneurial journey, the number one skill that you should constantly be working on, the number one skill that you should constantly be working on developing is your communication skills, because it will set you apart within the marketplace. The money goes to those who are able to effectively communicate their solution to the marketplace the best. And even outside of the entrepreneurial world, just think about in the 9-to-5 workplace, who gets paid the most? The people that are effective communicators. It's not the people that are down working in the factories that get paid the most. It's the people that are making the sales calls, making the money for the company over the phone. They get paid more. And then even higher up, from managers, supervisors, CEOs, district managers, whatever it is. Why do they get paid more? Because of the value that they bring to the company through effectively communicating, whether that be to drive revenue or whether that be to manage staff, whatever the case. People who speak the best win. And when I say speak the best, I'm not saying that you have to have like the best proper diction of the English vernacular, because I talk with some slurs here and there. Instead of saying, even here and there, I don't say there. The TH is gone when I say here and there, all right? But if you can paint a patina of a solution to a problem that you've isolated in the marketplace, and then take something that you've thought of with your imagination and communicate what's in your brain and the solution that you've came up with to your intended avatar, that is what is going to set you apart. So communication is always going to be the number one thing that you should constantly be working on developing. That's why I'm such a big advocate for content, and especially on a platform like YouTube, because what better place to work on your communication skills than long form videos that forces you to work on your communication skills. And then, like I said a little earlier in this training, you actually get paid to practice. Not that YouTube AdSense is a business strategy, but it is a nice little cherry on top and a little incentive to get paid to practice. And where else can you get paid to practice? So getting back to these definitions, the offer is simply just what they can buy. And then your product is what you build after validation. So look, you're not building a product first. You're testing a promise. And remember this, and this is so key, and I really want to emphasize this. Your promise is the product, not the actual product. Always remember solution. Always remember that we're simply just focusing on taking people from where they are right now, their current situation, and getting them here to where they want to be, their desired situation. And all that we have to do is effectively communicate our problem or our solution to the problem, us being able to close this transformation gap to deliver people this desired situation that they want right here. So we're not building the product first like so many people out here struggling are trying to do. We're going to validate our promise first to see if the marketplace actually wants what it is that we're promising to them, and then we build the product. So when we launch, so when we sell, we know that we have something that people actually do want and need. So this is what validation actually means. It's simply just evidence that people want the solution. That's it. So some examples of you validating an offer is simply just people asking questions, people clicking the links in your descriptions and your pinned comments and whatnot, people joining wait lists. And the wait list here, this is a big one. And this is my favorite way to get validation. For anything that I release, I always have a wait list. Why? Because I want to see if from the content and the promise that I'm giving to my audience in my content, I want to see if people actually want that. So instead of taking the time, energy, effort to create something, I always have a wait list first. And then I tell people to go join the wait list for whatever it is that they want. I did the same thing with my community that I'm building right now. It's crowded at the top. I launched that initially to a wait list. So when I initially launched my community, I had a wait list of people that wanted to join off of the promise that I had already clearly communicated to them on how it can help them increase their income, impact, and influence online from stuff that they already know with digital products. Well, upon launching within a weekend, I had a $10,000 monthly recurring revenue business, simply just because I had a wait list before I launched. But with any product, with any offer that I've done, literally from day one, including my very first digital product that made me a little over 900K, I launched it to a wait list first. And a wait list, it's just a solid strategy that you can use in business. And even if you just think about the richest guy on the planet, right? Richest guy on the planet right now, from what they say and claim, is Elon Musk. All right, Elon Musk owns Tesla, SpaceX, Twitter, now called X, whatever, right? Richest guy on the planet. And I say it from what they say because all those guys that own all the oil in the Middle East, they don't ever publicly state or tell Forbes magazine like what they're worth and stuff. So from what people have access to and what they think, Elon Musk, richest guy on the planet. Well, how did Elon Musk build Tesla? And how does he still sell Teslas? He doesn't just create the Tesla and then sell them. He creates a wait list. People sign up for the wait list, and typically with Elon Musk, you have to pay money to get on his wait list. And then once he has that confirmed demand, then he sells the cars to the people that signed up for the wait list. Think about that. Elon Musk, he does that with every single Tesla model that comes out. We can do the same in our businesses. And this is what a lot of big business does. This stuff that I'm sharing with you, this isn't just stuff to sell a digital product or sell an ebook or sell a course or sell a community online. This is business, all right? Now, another way that you can get some validation is people replying to your post or people buying pre-orders, similar to what I said over here with Elon Musk with Tesla, right? They're basically signing up for a wait list and pre-ordering their Teslas. Once he has enough orders and enough capital that they've already put down, then he starts to release the models, and he doesn't release them in bulk. If you've noticed also, he releases a small batch of them time after time after time. So attention without intent, it doesn't count. You're looking for buying signals here. So before you sell anything, you want to test the message, and you're just testing the idea and the message publicly. So a few very simple ways to do this platform that you're on right now, YouTube, I highly advise it. The biggest mistake that I've made along my entrepreneurial journey as a contentpreneur is not taking YouTube seriously years ago. I built up a social media audience of over 100,000 followers, over 120 something thousand on Instagram at the time when I deleted it in 2023, and like 14 or 15,000 on TikTok. Had absolutely no YouTube strategy, experimenting with ads and stuff too. I made the decision to be like, yo, I'm going all in on YouTube. I haven't been on social media since 2023. The power of a YouTube channel is insane. And you don't even have to have the biggest audience. Remember, you only have to be focused on the right people, not all the people. And we're in the trust economy right now, and people buy things from people that they know, like, and trust. And there's been a study by Google that it typically takes somebody on average around 7 hours of consuming someone's content in order to make a purchasing decision. What better place can you do that on outside of YouTube? It's going to take a whole lot of shorts for somebody to watch a whole bunch of TikToks and Instagrammies and YouTube shorts. So whereas they could knock that out sometimes within a day on YouTube, because I get people consuming that in a day or within a week or within a couple weeks or a month, whatever it is, the time frame is much shorter. But ways that you can test your idea and your message publicly. You can make YouTube videos about the topic. Also, something highly underutilized on YouTube, you can post on your community post on YouTube. Think about this. When you're on YouTube in the community post, you don't see random community posts. You're only seeing posts from people who you're not only subscribed to, but people who you most likely have been engaging and consuming their content. Another way that you can test your idea and your message publicly. Publish educational content. What better place to publish educational content outside of YouTube? And when you're posting this content, you're going to wait and you're going to be looking for these signals. So the signals are going to be comments. The signals are going to be questions. The signals are going to be literally people asking you for help. There's not a single day that goes by on my YouTube channel where people aren't asking me if I do one-on-one calls. When you're making educational content, people are going to be reaching out to you and asking for personal help and personal guidance and personal assistance. That's a huge buying signal, right? People start asking you if you have a course or a community or something like that. People just start reaching out, how can you help me? People literally will ask you, how do I do this? These are all buying signals. This is all showing that there's a demand for more, right? So the sequence is content to feedback, and then that shows the demand right there. Now, once you're seeing signals that you have demand, you can do something kind of similar to what I said about Elon Musk, outside of just how I build a wait list for anything that I create. I never just create anything and just throw it out to the marketplace, but you can pre-sale also. Now, the pre-sale concept is that instead of building the product, like I said previously, you sell the promise first. So some examples of this, like I said, I always have a wait list with anything that I do. Or you could do something like an early access offer or some type of beta program, or if you're creating something like a course or something like that, that may come with some coaching or group coaching mechanism from yourself, a little more access to you. You can have a first cohort. So if somebody is willing to pay before the product exists, that's real validation, and that prevents wasted effort. So the thing that really opened my eyes to this. And like I said, when I'm breaking down with you, it's not just stuff on how to this isn't just stuff that works for selling a digital product online. This is business. I was watching a documentary on this guy by the name of Steve Madden. Have you ever heard of Steve Madden? He's the shoe designer, right? So Steve Madden, he makes women's shoes. So I was watching this documentary on Steve Madden, and I highly recommend that people watch this. I'm not sure what it's streaming on right now, but last I checked, there was a free access to it on YouTube if you just looked up Steve Madden documentary. But outside of it being a inspirational story, the most that I learned from that is like within the first, if I can recall, maybe the first 15 to 20 minutes of the documentary. And he goes through his whole pre-sale process on how he sells these Steve Madden shoes. So Steve Madden, he didn't just think of a shoe and then go and make it in mass production and sell it to the masses. He would get an idea. He would either be walking around New York City looking at women's feet all day. He said some people thought he was a creep or something like that, not realizing who he was. Or he would be looking through women's catalogs, magazines and whatnot, see what's hot, see what's trending and whatnot. And Steve Madden, he would get the idea. Then once he got an idea, he would go and make a very, very small batch of whatever that he created. And what I call this is an MVP. And the MVP stands for minimal viable product. So Steve Madden, he would create a minimal viable product from his idea, and then he would test it. So for him, he had his flagship store in New York City, I believe like in Soho or something like that. But either in the back or on top of the store, he had like a little small factory, not an actual factory, but like a little small machine to where they could press up a few pairs of shoes if they needed to, or a couple small batches of shoes if they needed to. So he would get his team to make some small batches from his idea, and then he would sell them downstairs in the storefront. And he said that his team, either himself or his team, they will be talking to the women as they're picking up the shoe, asking them questions. Oh, how do you like it? Is it too heavy? Does it feel too light? How do you like the silhouette of it? Try it on. How does it feel when you walk? He's getting real-time feedback from real people. And then he said if they sold out within a weekend, boom, he knew he had a winner from his test. And then that's when he would go out, put in the order with the large factory, make them in bulk, sell them to the mass market. He validated his idea first. Now, we can apply the same things to ourselves. So, how you want to do this simple framework, always start with the problem. Then you sell the promise first so you can gather proof, and then you create your path. So, the problem is simply just the pain point. Your promise is simply just the outcome. Your proof is going to be either your credibility or your experience. And your path is simply just how you help them achieve it. So for example, if I'm just using myself, right? My problem could be somebody that's a content creator or wanting to make content or be a contentpreneur to use content to drive traffic to their offers. They could be some type of creator that's not making money. My promise could be that you could turn your videos into digital product sales. My proof, my personal results. Simple. And for me, I have the results from my people in my community also. So you can either use yourself as your own testimony or people that you have helped. But if you haven't helped anybody in whatever it is that your offer is in whatever niche or industry, then you yourself have to be your own testimony first. And I know that's very hard for a lot of people to do, but a lot of people, they don't realize I don't really like to talk about myself. I don't really feel comfortable talking about things that I've done. But I know if nobody knows who I am online and they don't have any awareness of Aston CEO, then I have to quickly let them know something that I did. I can use this course for an example. If I didn't start this course off within the first 30 seconds letting you know that I've made over 7 figures online in my business, if I didn't let you know that my very first digital product made a little over $900,000, if I didn't let you know that I had a community for other contentpreneurs that are getting great results and I showed you all the testimonials, you wouldn't watch this course right now. You wouldn't be this deep into this course, right? So my personal results, my proof that I showed you, all front loaded, is the only reason why you're hours into a video on YouTube right now, right? So if we're able to get a result for ourselves and we've gotten results for other people, or even if you haven't gotten results from other people, even if it makes you feel a little uncomfortable, you have to wave your flag and share your testimony and be like, hey, look what I did. Hey, look what I've done. The stuff that I'm telling you, it works. Look, I am living proof of it. And then once you get to help more people, then you may be able to share some of those testimonies from other people so you don't have to wave your flag as much. Like, look, it worked for them. This doesn't just work for me. Look at all the people that I've helped, right? But I get it. A lot of people, they don't want to talk, or they don't feel comfortable about talking about the wins that they've had in their life, or they feel like they're showing off or something like that. I get it. I personally feel like that myself. But we have to show people that our stuff works. If I'm sitting here and I'm selling these mugs right here, I would have to show somebody that my mug holds liquid, right? Or else I wouldn't sell any mugs. So, and our path is just going to be, or my path, because I'm using myself as an example right here. It's my simple system. And simple system, SYSTM, stands for saving yourself time, energy, and money. Because I created a YouTube system to whereas these people would be able to leverage YouTube to build their income, impact, and influence online with their digital products and offers. So remember, the sequence is always going to be proof, promise. Not proof. It's going to be problem, promise, proof, path. Okay? Now, some low-risk ways for you to test your demand. I'm big on a wait list, right? So just a simple landing page with a wait list. This doesn't have to be anything fancy. This doesn't have to be anything that looks super intricate. You just want to have something that has the simple abilities to have an opt-in page to where you can capture somebody's contact information. Right? And their contact information is simply just going to be their email address or email and phone number. I will say this though, it's not necessary to capture somebody's phone number, especially if you're not ever going to be planning on doing any text message marketing. So, and text message marketing, it's way more expensive than email marketing. That's why most people just capture email. And also, people feel more comfortable just leaving their email address than their phone number as well. But regardless, you want to have some type of way to capture that contact information with a simple landing page. So when you do create your product off of your promise, you can directly contact them to let them know that it's available. All right. Another way is to offer an early access discount. People, they love a discount. So one of the ways that I've been able to make large lump sums of money in a single day is by leveraging the wait list with some type of early access discount. The two work so great together. All right, it's like peanut butter and jelly, like it's unbeatable. And you better be using strawberry jelly over grape. If you are a grape peanut butter and jellier, ew, yep, gross. Strawberry. Team strawberry, okay? But if you have a wait list and you build anticipation for your product, and you know for a fact you have people waiting for it. A way that you can have a lot of income or more income than typical on a single day is by letting those people on the wait list know that they're going to get a discount. So something that I've used a lot on my launches is that I use scarcity tactics. I use scarcity tactics. I'll use limited availability. And I'll use discounts. Right? These three right here are ways that I like to generate what I call cash flow days, right? A higher than usual lump sum than a consistent daily sales basis, right? So if in any of my messaging I've ever talked about how I've made like 5 figures in a day or a whole bunch of money in a day, it's typically on a launch of a product, and it's typically by leveraging a wait list with some type of scarcity tactic, limited availability, or some type of discount. So I'll give you an example. The last product that I launched, or I'll just use my community as an example, which I highly wouldn't advise you to do this with the community offer because I initially got a whole bunch of the wrong people in. But I had made a bunch of money with this same strategy so many times that I was just like, yo, why don't I just do it the same way? So I had announced it's crowded at the time. And I had let people know that it was going to be available on this particular date. I also said it was going to be limited access, which I did cap it at the beginning. And so it was limited availability, and I had scarcity tactics, and I gave the people an extreme discount because I said the first 50 people or so would be able to join for 50% off, right? The reason why I said I wouldn't advise this on a community offer is because a community is like a space more so than a one-off digital product sale that I got a bunch of the wrong people in initially. But I had a $10,000 launch over the weekend, right? Cool. I've done the same thing on courses. I've done the same thing on ebooks. I've done the same things on masterclasses. I've done the same things on live trainings, right? So I may say that there's only going to be this amount available, or I'll say there only be this amount available for this particular time, or I'll say that there's going to be a huge discount for a limited amount of time, which uses scarcity tactics. So another way to whereas I had made 5 figures in a day, this was on a release of an ebook. It was actually a bundle that was an ebook with some video modules positioned as a mini course, right? This particular product was going to be $200, but upon the launch, I sold it for $47, all right? So I said that this was going to be $47 for the first hour. That's me using scarcity tactics. Then I said, on the 61st minute, the price is going up to $200. That's a discount. I got 5 figures off of that launch because people, they love a deal. People, they love a discount. So everybody was on my wait list because I had a wait list. And then I was notifying them while I was creating it because I hadn't even created the product yet. So I'm notifying them through email. I'm giving them value, not just telling them about stuff that I'm selling. Giving them value in the emails, and I'm letting them know a countdown of when this is available, and I'm letting them know about the discount that's available that's only going to be around for 1 hour. That's it. Boom. Cash flow day. All right. Other low risk ways to test your demand is to poll your audience. Think about this. Like I said, on YouTube, the community tab, if you have followers, these are people that are following you and allowing you to contact them. If you have a email list, right? Send out emails. And you don't have to have the biggest audience in order to do any of this stuff, but just post some people. Or you can run a small test launch, or invite those first initial beta testers or beta users. But the goal with this is not perfection. The goal is evidence. So validation, it simply just reduces your risk. So there's going to be some signs that your idea is actually working. This is going to be people asking when it launches. This is going to be people asking you how to join whatever it is that you're talking about building. This is going to be people asking for help to actually implement whatever it is that you're sharing in your content or whatever it is that you're educating them about. This is going to be people willing to pay early. So curiosity is good, but commitment is better. And once you know people want the solution, then you build the product. We don't build the product first. And the great thing about this is that building the product, it's far, far simpler and way easier than most people are making it. They're just overcomplicating everything. And clarity always beats complication. And simplicity always beats cleverness. So remember, the simple stuff scales, the fancy stuff fails. But we want to validate with the minimal viable product first. We want to stay in constant feedback loops with our audience to whereas we know what they want to make, and then we can perfect something down the road. So you want something that is minimal enough to whereas you can create it in a short period of time, but it's valuable enough to get somebody a result. And then from here, you can stay in constant feedback loops, and then over time, you will create your perfect product that everybody thinks that they need to create out the gate. And like I said, this isn't just stuff for digital products. If you pay attention to how business works, this is how business works. I was just listening to a Will Smith interview, and he was talking about the movie I Am Legend. And he talked about how the ending to I Am Legend is actually the alternate ending because they tested the film with beta viewers first. And he said that it was the only movie that he had been through in his career that they tested it with an audience and they literally booed it. Like physical, boo, this sucks. Because they enjoyed the movie all the way to the end. And Will Smith, he was saying that the original ending, I guess it was based off of some book, but the original ending, the zombie type people ended up being the good guys, and Will Smith was actually the monster. Like they were scared of him or something at the end. And the whole crowd was like, oh, boo, this sucks, yo. Because they're like, we didn't just watch this whole movie. You're getting chased by these creatures and whatnot for you to end up being the bad guy. And they're like, no, we saw them chasing you, trying to kill you this whole movie. So he said that they already had a release date, and then they had to go back to the studio to reshoot the ending. Like, I think he said it took them like 2 weeks or something. They had to go back to the studio to reshoot the ending that we all know today of the ending of I Am Legend. Well, that only happened because they tested and validated their product first with the MVP. This is stuff that they do in film, studio, television, and whatnot. This is stuff that people do, like I said, with Elon Musk and Tesla and whatnot. This is stuff that people do just in business in general. But so many people are just thinking like content creators instead of thinking like contentpreneurs and putting the business before the content, that they're ignoring all of the rules and patterns that have worked in business previously, and then they just go and do what nobody else in business does. They just go and they just create some stuff, take their time, energy, effort, and money on creating some stuff, don't let anybody know that it exists, and then release it, and then make like one video, and then think that sales are supposed to come in. You haven't validated the idea. And that's why we still have not even gotten to creating the product, because that's the easy part. This is all the work that people don't do ahead of time before it even comes time to create the product. That's why I said building the product is far simpler than most people think. And they think that that is the difficult thing. And they spend all their time, energy, and effort on doing that. But they skip all these steps before we even get to the digital product. But creating this joint is pretty easy, but we just got to validate it first. Now let's build the product. Now, what we want to do is that we want to create a simple but effective digital product without overthinking it. You know, so many people, they stay in their head too much and they make a lot of easy stuff difficult when it doesn't have to be. And that's because they're stuck in the perfection trap. So most people, they believe that they need to have some huge course, or they need to have perfect production or professional editing or dozens of lessons. And what usually happens when people stay in the perfection trap is that they spend months building, and then they typically get overwhelmed and then they never launch, or they spend months and months and months, which usually turns into years, planning and strategizing and pivoting when they're really just overwhelmed, and that leads to them never actually launching. So look, perfection kills more digital products than competition does any day. And the number one competition that you're going to have to face along this journey is yourself. You have to beat yourself. You have to get over yourself. You have to get out of your own mind. So the route of this typically for most people is perfection, which leads to delay, which leads to no actual revenue. And we want to actually make the money here. So how do we simplify this? How do we make this thing easy? How do we make it simple? And remember, the simple stuff scales. It's all the fancy stuff that fails. So we want to start with one problem. That's it. So I want to reinforce this rule because it is the foundation of business, entrepreneurship, making money online, selling digital products, building a community, growing an audience, whatever it is that you want to do. A good digital product solves one clear problem. So a bad example, how to get in shape. A better example, how to lose 20 pounds. An even better example, how to lose 20 pounds without going to the gym. Specificity wins and narrow wins. So always remember, the clearer the message, the easier the sales and the faster results you get for your customers, which means the faster that you will get a testimonial, which means the faster that you will get word of mouth marketing, which means the faster that more people will buy your offers. So the more specific the problem, the easier to sell. Always remember, your digital product needs to solve one problem and it needs to have one measurable outcome. That's it. So I briefly touched on this in a previous lesson, talking about the minimal viable product, or the MVP. So your first version should be the simplest version that delivers the result. So always remember, MVP, you want something that's minimal enough to where you can get it done in a short amount of time, but something that is viable enough to where it can get somebody a result. So good examples of MVP formats could be a short course, or it could be a workshop recording, or a masterclass, or a webinar, or a challenge, whatever it is that you want to call it. A lot of these things have different silhouettes and different patinas of the same thing, but the foundation of them is just a recording. It could be a simple step-by-step guide. It could be an ebook, which I love. It could be a template bundle. It could be some type of checklist system, and it could be a community. And this right here also, a community. A lot of people aren't thinking of communities when they think of digital products. But hear me loud and clear when I say this. Anything to where it's the deliverable of it is digital and online, it's a digital product. So a community is a digital product as well. So, and I will say this, my 3 top favorite out of all of these, and what I really advise that you focus on, is going to be an ebook, or let me say this, I put the short course and workshop recording kind of in one, because the recording it's pre-recorded content. I put an ebook and I say community, but I put this short course and workshop recording kind of in the same bunch. But the main three that I would really focus on if I want to build a successful business for myself and make some real life-changing revenue is going to be an ebook, course, or community. Those are the three main money makers that are really, really selling, not just right now, but will be selling henceforth and for and forevermore, right? So always remember this. Your first version is not your final version. What you want to focus on is improving after feedback. So you want to stay in these feedback loops to whereas you create your minimal viable product, you get it into the hands of people, which means that you're actually getting money. You get feedback from these people. And then you reiterate. Or you tinker, and then you make your MVP stronger, better to get that perfect product that so many people are trying to make out the gate. You want to stay in these feedback loops so you can constantly make your product better. Oops, my father's calling me right now. Let's go ahead and get that out the way. So, you want to stay in these constant feedback loops, right? And this is how you actually do improve a product over time. So, simple product formats is this. The common formats that most people use are going to be video courses, some type of PDF guide, templates or swipe files, a private community, like I said, a workshop replay, a toolkit, or some type of ebook. But just to reemphasize, the three main formats that I highly suggest that you focus on are going to be ebooks, courses, or communities. Those three. Now, always remember this, the format matters less than the result. People don't buy formats, they buy outcomes. So remember, our digital product is simply just the vehicle that is taking somebody from where they are right now, their current situation, and getting them to here where they want to be, their desired situation. All that we're focused on is delivering that outcome and closing this gap right here, that transformation gap. The sooner that we can close these two gaps here and get somebody from here to there, that is the outcome that we need to focus on, right? So remember, people, they don't buy formats. People, they could care less to buy another ebook. People, they could care less to buy another course. People could care less to buy or join another community. People could care less to get another checklist. They're buying the outcome. And I really want to emphasize this because there's so many entrepreneurs and aspiring entrepreneurs out there that are simply just ignoring this fact. And they're thinking of what is the best product that I can make instead of thinking of what is the most desirable outcome that I can provide. And that's the big difference, and that's the main separator between people that are making money and people that aren't making money. So if we're only going to be focusing on the main three of an ebook, a course, or a community, there's a simple structure that you can use to create an ebook. Ebooks, they're very simple. A lot of people, they make them really overcomplicated, and they think that their ebook has to be like as big as these big ass books right here when they don't have to be. And something that a lot of people don't even know about the book industry, a lot of these physical paperback hard copy or hardback cover books that people think that they have to compare what they're doing with the ebook to these type of formats, is that a lot of times their publishers require a minimum word count in order to get published. So they'll form a book, or they'll create a book, and then they'll just keep on reiterating the same thing in different words over and over and over and over again, not to add value to it, but because they need to hit a minimum word count in order to get paid by their publisher. So a lot of books that are 200 pages could be 28 pages. A lot of books that are 150 pages could be 42 pages. There's this one book that's called the 80-20 rule. The whole basis of the book is that you get 80% of your results from 20% of your efforts. So only focus in on the few things that are going to get you the most results. Pretty simple. But they had to give all these different examples of the 80-20 rule that applies in this and applies in that and applies in this area. And then you can do it in this too. Just so they could meet the minimum word count in order to get published. So ebooks, they're not as complicated as people think, because they don't have to be as long as some New York best time seller that has to meet the requirements of their publisher. So look, an ebook is simply just a step-by-step solution in written form. So it's simply just you solving a problem on paper. So there's a 5-part ebook structure that I use in order to create ebooks. So first of all, you want to have your introduction, which is simply just you introducing the problem. So you want to explain who the book is for, the problem that they're facing, and why most people struggle with that problem that they're facing. So your goal in the introduction is that you want to make the reader feel understood, right? You want to make them feel seen. You want to make them be like, whoa, this is really for me, because they're talking about the exact situation that I'm in right now. So an example, if you've been trying to lose weight, but you keep falling off your diet, if I have an ebook that is helping people lose 20 pounds within the next 30 days without going to the gym, for example, let's say that that's my product, right? Now, secondly, you want to introduce the big idea. So introduce the concept or framework of your solution to their pain point. So you want to explain the new way to think about the problem. You want to explain why the traditional approach that they've been trying to do is failing them. So this creates curiosity. So for example, most diets fail because they focus on restriction instead of habits. So if my product is helping those people lose 20 pounds within the next 30 days without going to the gym, and I know that my solution is talking about diets, well, I know that these people have tried a lot of diets before, but most diets are telling them that this diet works because they're restricting, they're cutting off certain things instead of building healthy habits to become a healthy person instead of just following some trendy diet. I can give them this example that's introducing my new way from everything else that they've heard in the marketplace. Then the third step is that you want to give them the step-by-step process. And this is going to be the core of your book. So you want to just break down the solution into just clear, simple to follow steps. Step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. Simple. And then in each step, you want to explain what to do, why it works, and how to implement it. And then the third is the common mistake that most people make. So this section, you want to help the reader avoid failure. So you want to break down the mistakes that most beginners make, the myths within your industry, and what to actually watch out for. This here, it builds your authority. Then the fourth step is that you want to give your implementation plan. So you want to end with action. So you want to tell them exactly what to do next. What is the logical next best step? So you could give them a checklist. You could give them a 7-day plan. You could give them some type of simple roadmap. But the goal with this is that you want to make them feel confident starting. The problem that most people have is that they're getting information, but they're not applying the information because they don't have a logical step-by-step process in order to apply what it is that they just learned. So you want to make them feel confident in starting to where they actually get a result. Remember, when the results business here. So your first ebook, it doesn't need to be 200 pages like I previously stated. It just needs to solve one problem clearly. And remember, clarity always beats length. So start with your problem, introduce your idea, then you introduce the steps, the common mistakes, and give them something to where they can simply take action with it. Right? And then the fifth thing that I really want to break down here is how you create this ebook, because a lot of people, they think that they have to just sit there with a pen and pad or at a computer or something and really just be writing down an ebook. When typically, I write out all my ebooks in a day, typically within a 24-hour period. So how do I do this? I create all my ebooks in a day because I don't write my ebooks, I talk my ebooks. So I want to use some type of talk-to-text software. And there's so many that's out there. You could use something like a Otter.ai. You could use Google Docs, actually. Google Docs has the talk-to-text. If you have an iPhone, you can use your Notes app. You could use a platform that you're on right now, YouTube. Think about this. Imagine if you just sat down in front of the camera or your microphone, talked into the camera, then you upload your video to YouTube as a private or unlisted video. By default, YouTube is going to give you the entire transcription of the video, and now you have a transcription. So when I say that I talk out my ebooks, I don't write them out, I talk them out. Typically, I'll go to the park. I like to spend a lot of time outside, and I just spend a nice day at the park. I'll be walking through the botanical gardens, and I'll go to the Japanese garden, feed the koi fish, even though all the signs say that I'm not supposed to feed the fish, and I do my best not to feed them a lot because I would feel really bad if I ended up harming the koi fish. But feed a little bit of the koi fish, walk over here, get some ice cream from the ice cream man, and the whole time I'm sitting there talking in my phone so I can get the transcription of every single thing that I talk. Or every single thing that I said, every single thing that I talk, excuse me. I'm hours into this video right now. Sometimes my words, they've been talking a lot. So look, what you want to do is that you want to create an outline. So remember how I said that all that we're focused on is taking people from here to here. And that's it. Our chapters of our ebook, since we're focused on closing the transformation gap right here, each one of these can simply just be a chapter because we're covering the step-by-step process in order for them to get the desired result. So I'll sit here and I'll make an outline of whatever it is that I'm talking about, whether it be my intro, then I may have 3 to 5 bullet points that I want to hit on, then I'll have step 1, then I may have 3 to 5 bullet points I want to hit on, step 2, so forth and so forth, right? And now, since I know that I'm knowledgeable about whatever it is that I'm speaking on, I'll just sit there and I'll speak through my bullet points, or I'll speak through my notes or whatnot. So then once I'm done, I have my transcription. And then what I'll do, if you want to take the time to do this yourself, you can go through your transcription and proofread it and all that type of stuff. But a lot of times I either go to Fiverr, or in years past I went to Fiverr. But now you could probably use AI like ChatGPT or something. All right, you can use ChatGPT, Fiverr, some freelancer, or you just physically taking the time to do it yourself. Proofread it, see what you want to take out, add in, whatever. And then I would go to Fiverr.com again, and I would get somebody to format it to turn it into a nice looking ebook. They give me a nice looking cover. They give me a clickable table of contents if I want to. They make it all look all nice, shiny, fine, and dandy, right? I pay somebody a minimal amount on Fiverr to do that. I pay some freelancer because I value my time. But you could go on Canva or something like that, and with all the investments in the AI, it could probably make you a nice looking cover and all that type of stuff. But remember, people don't care so much what the ebook looks like. They care about the result. I've had students make a lot of money within my community by simply just having a Google Doc link available. People want the result. That's it. But in this one day, I now have an ebook that I wrote in a day at the park by simply just talking out into my phone. And even this course that I'm using as an example, I could take this whole entire transcription if I wanted to, and I could do the same ebook play, and this could be an ebook titled How to Sell Digital Products on YouTube, or How to Sell Digital Products Online, or How to Sell Digital Products without a large audience, or How to Sell Digital Products without social media, because I'm going to give you a strategy to do this without social media within this course. I could also repurpose this if I wanted to, and I could turn it into an actual course that I sell it for money, right? We can always repackage and repurpose whatever it is that we've already previously created. So the second product, like I said, we want to focus in on an ebook, a course, or a community. So simple course structure, kind of similar to the ebook. We want to start with the introduction or the overview of what we're going to be talking about. Then we want to give the step-by-step framework. We want to give some examples. We want to give implementation steps, and then break down the common mistakes. So most courses, they typically only need like 5 to 10 lessons, not 50. So remember, everything starts off with the problem. We start with the problem, then we get to the steps, then we get to the result. So even just look at this course that you're digesting right now on YouTube. This is the same step-by-step structure that I would use if I was selling a course or creating a course to sell. It's simple. Don't overcomplicate it. Now, a community structure. A community is not just a place to group people. It's a place where people solve problems together. This is something that a lot of people don't realize about communities, and they don't realize what it is that people are actually paying for. People aren't paying for the platform. They're paying for guidance. They're paying for accountability. They're paying for proximity to you and proximity to other people, all on the same mission to accomplish a common goal. They're paying for feedback. They're paying for momentum. So with the community, information can get you started, but the community, it keeps you going. So a simple community model is simply just this. I call it the triple C's. It's content plus coaching plus community. That equals a community. That equals a membership. That equals a profitable community over time, because this combination, it creates value. So you have the content, which will give the people the knowledge. You have the coaching, which will give the people the clarity. And then you have the community, which will give them the support that they need along whatever it is that they are working on accomplishing. So with the community, just like with a course or ebook, you don't have to have the perfect community starting off. Actually, if I could redo everything with what I know now, I will probably start my community with nothing outside of the coaching and the support, and then I would create the content along the way with the group in real time. But just like a MVP, minimal viable product, you can create an MVC, a minimal viable community. So most people think that communities require hundreds of members, when that's not true at all. You can start with 5 members, 10 members, 20 members, 50 members, right? In actuality, you can start with 3. But I say that when people are first starting off, you should really focus in on getting your first 5 to 10 members so you can have a solid foundation. I know a member in my community, Donald, he had launched a community from scratch not too long ago. Within the first week, I think he had 7 members. Within the first couple weeks, he had like 20 something members or something like that. He had a solid foundation, but it was because he was focusing on quality interaction, not the size of the community. So many people are focused on how many people that they can get, that they're not focused on the quality interaction between the members that they currently have. So a small engaged room is more valuable than a large silent one. So a basic community structure that you can use, and this is something that I've used as well, that has really benefited me and has helped other people that I've helped build these communities, is that you want to have some type of structure or some type of call to whereas all the community members can be on at once. And I recommend you have these, if not weekly, then bi-weekly. So it could be something like a weekly Q&A call. It could be something like in my community, we have a monthly accountability session, right? So in my community, we have weekly Q&A calls, and we have a monthly accountability call at the beginning of each month, to whereas we isolate an input goal that we are going to accomplish during the month, and then we set a consequence for ourselves if we do not do what it is that we said that we are going to do. I've really found that this helps people achieve things in a much quicker manner because of public shame. And shame is a great motivating factor for humans, because if you sit there and you have a group of people that are all holding each other accountable, and you say that you're going to do something, you don't want to let those people down. So even if I'm just using personal health as an example, somebody will sit there and say, oh, I'm going to the gym, and they won't go. But if they have a partner that they're going to the gym with, and they tell their partner that they're going to be at the gym at 6 a.m., they'll go because they don't want to let their partner down. But if they're just telling themselves solo, oh, I'm going to go at 6 a.m., they can hit that snooze button in the morning. They can say, oh, I'm going to do it tomorrow. Not realizing that everybody that says, oh, I'm going to do it tomorrow, they don't realize that tomorrow literally does not exist. And tomorrow is some fantasy dream made up world where goals, dreams, and aspirations go to die, right? But they can put it off for tomorrow if it's just them. But if they have somebody else that they publicly told that they're going to be there tomorrow, they don't want to let that person down. So the public shame will help them get there. I found that is really a motivating factor in order to have people hit their business endeavors or financial goals or whatever it is that they say that they want to do as an entrepreneur in my community a lot faster, right? So a monthly accountability call with your members and whatever it is that you're looking to do, if you do want to build a community, it will be something that will have people getting results faster. Then you also want to have some type of resource library. So remember, a good community would have the triple C's: content, coaching, community. So if you have some type of resource library, that could be the content, or it could be resources that they could use outside of pre-recorded content. And then you want to have some type of discussion space. Now, that alone is enough to start a community. Like I said, you don't need the most amount of members, even biblical times, right? I'm not sitting here saying I know all about the Bible, right? But how many people did it say that you need to have church, right? They said you only need to have a few people to have a church. It's the same thing with the community. So you build value through interaction, not just content. And that's what so many people, including my former self, used to think before I started to build my community. It's like, oh, I'm just going to have as much content in there as possible. But a lot of times when you have so much content available, people, they get overwhelmed. And I've previously stated this in this training. A lot of people are in information overload, right? So the community is more so interaction led first, and then content and information led secondly. So in pricing a community, communities usually use a monthly model or an annual. So let me say a monthly / annual, right? So basic examples: $25 a month, $49 a month, $97 a month. But if you have an annual, typically you'll get some type of discount. So if something is $25 per month, you may give too much free. So for the year, it may be it might be $250 a year, because you're giving them too much free, so they'll only have to pay for 10 months instead of 12 months. And something that a lot of people do also is that they may have a quarterly fee, so whereas they have payments of every 3 months. But mostly people either have a monthly or an annual. You don't want to give people too many options. You really just want to have like maybe 1 or 2 options, because typically when you give people too many options to choose, they don't ever choose any of them. So one reason why I really love communities is because it's recurring revenue, and recurring revenue is very powerful because it's predictable income. And it's predictable income because you're always providing ongoing value and you're building stronger relationships with your actual customers. So really, in the entrepreneur world, in the make money online world, and all the, which I hate, the hustle culture, and then those passive income people, really, when a lot of people want passive income, they actually want monthly recurring income. And that's why community is so powerful. But a lot of people want this recurring income, but they don't want to add the recurring value. So if you don't want to add recurring value to people, I don't suggest that you go the community route. But communities, they work so well because people succeed faster when they have accountability, when they have encouragement, when they have shared learning, and when they have direct feedback. And this is a big one right here, shared learning. So many people, they think that they need one-on-one coaching. Therefore, since people think that, people will go and do one-on-one coaching instead of doing a one-to-many model. And the one-to-many model is better for both parties, you as the coach and as the person that's actually learning. Because typically, if you're doing one-on-one coaching, you'll start to see patterns of you getting the same questions over and over and over and over again, and you having to give the same answer over and over and over again. So instead of you giving one answer to Jack, Jill, Jane, Paul, Billy, Bob, you could get all those people in one room and give the answer one time, instead of giving the same one answer 50 times. And when people are in a group, they actually learn more because somebody else might ask a question that they weren't even thinking of, and they'll get a gem off of that. And then that might be the one thing that could change everything for them. So it's a win-win on both sides of it. So if you are doing a one-to-one model, I highly suggest you go from one-to-one to one-to-many. Now, and people, they typically don't quit when they're part of a room. Like I said, that accountability or that shame that they feel from letting down the room, right? So whether your product is an ebook, a course, or a community, the format matters less than the problem that you're solving. Always think problem first. Always think problem over product. Now, here's a way that you can create the content efficiently for whatever your model is, whether it be a course or a community. I already broke down how you can write that ebook, right? But the creation, it can be very simple. So certain methods. You can screen record certain walkthroughs. So if you're doing a course, or if you're going to have some type of pre-recorded training or learning material or courses in the community, it doesn't have to be some type of high production. It can literally just be you talking through PowerPoint slides, for example. It can be you teaching with a whiteboard. I'm a big fan of a whiteboard. Everything that I do is on a whiteboard. You can record Zoom sessions, and you can repurpose content that you already made. This is a big one here. So I have this strategy that I call the R&R method, right? It's called repackaging and repurposing. And anything that we create, we can repackage and repurpose it as a digital product. My very first digital product was something that I had already created. I just repackaged it and repurposed it. So my first digital product was an ebook. But at the time, I was attempting to build an audience on social media and Instagram, and nobody was listening. Because at the time, you could only post a 1-minute video on Instagram. So I called my best friend who was who is a videographer, producer, or whatnot, lives in LA. And I was like, hey, bro, if I post one video per day on Instagram, that's 365 minutes. That's roughly 6 hours worth of content. I was like, bro, if we can get together over a weekend and just bust out this time frame in one weekend, I have something to post on Instagram each and every single day. So it was me talking about a subject in the same clothes with a whiteboard for hours straight, and then we just chopped up the segments in 1 minute segments. I posted it on Instagram every single day for an entire year. I called it Daily Free Game. Nobody was listening, didn't build my audience, crickets. Why? Because it was great in course format, but for how social media worked, I'm like, it's not engaging. It's not, it has no entertainment value to it. It's educational, but there's a mix that I like to use in content. I call it edutainment, right? It's a mixture between educational and entertaining content. There's no hooks in the beginning. It's just boring in the same clothes every single day for the year. So when I was thinking about something that I could actually sell to the marketplace, I thought of an ebook. But at the time, before I knew what I knew now, I didn't realize that the ebook industry alone is a $20 to $30 million a year industry, and digital products alone are a multi-billion-dollar industry. I thought that people were just giving away ebooks for free. Matter of fact, I misspoke. I said 20 to 30 million. I meant with the B, billion, billion-dollar industry. I'm sorry. But at the time, I didn't know what I know now about digital marketing. I thought that people were just giving out ebooks for free. I didn't know that people were giving out freebies to build their email list to market it. I didn't know that amateurs make money on the front end, experts make money on the back end. I just thought when I was studying the marketplace, people were giving away these free ebooks. So I was like, no, I want to sell my ebook. So how can I raise the perceived value to it? I thought, what can I create? And I thought, let me make a course to go hand in hand with this ebook. Well, I had already created all these videos that nobody was looking at on Instagram already. I already did the work. So I just deleted all the videos off my Instagram. I already had the video files in long form, and I repackaged and repurposed it. And I put that bundle of videos that I already posted for free on social media, I packaged it with an ebook, and that made over $900,000, my very first digital product. I repurposed content that I already made. So your first product, it can be built quickly because your knowledge already exists. You're just packaging it. And a lot of people are overthinking all this stuff instead of just creating something that they know how to do in a step-by-step process. So you need to understand the good enough rule so you can stop overthinking this stuff, so you can start simplifying this stuff, and so you can actually launch something instead of always building. That's what people tell me all the time. I'm building, bro. Like, you was building last month. Oh yeah, I'm still, but you was building 3 months ago. I'm building. You was building 6 months ago. You've been building for a year and a half. So your product, it just needs to be clear, it needs to be practical, and it needs to be actionable. It does not need to be perfect. Remember, you want to stay in feedback loops with the marketplace. You want to create an MVP. You want to get it into the hands of people. You want to get feedback from those people. So then you can reiterate, you can tinker, you can craft, you can refine your product over time. That's how you come up with a good product, or not a good product, because your MVP is going to be good. That's how you come up with a great product. So again, say this again, this is the rule. People care more about solving their problems than how fancy your slides look. People care about solving their problems more than how fancy your ebook looks. People care about solving their problems more than how fancy or what platform or how many modules or how many people that you have in the community. And actually, especially starting off, if you have a small community, people, they would actually like it more because they have more access to you. Because yes, people, they're buying our solutions, people, they're buying our digital products, but first, they're buying us. They're buying you first. Remember, I said we're in the trust economy and people buy things from people that they know, like, and trust. And the trust here makes the money. So people don't realize that people are believing in you. People are buying into you. People are trusting into you first to be able to deliver them their desired result. So if you have a community that doesn't have that many people, that means that they get more direct access to you. They get more proximity to you. They will actually like that. But people think that if somebody joined their community and it doesn't have hundreds or thousands of people in it, then people are going to be like, oh, this sucks, so I'm leaving, when they're joining for you first initially. And they get more proximity to you. So it actually has more perceived value to them. So in pricing your first product, typical entry points, and I don't know the science or the psychology behind why people do this. I know why I do certain stuff, but usually people, they don't just round stuff off, but it doesn't matter. So when people have these price points of $9, $27, $47, $97, a lot of people's stuff ends in a 9 or a 7, including myself, but I do it for different reasons than marketing reasons. But just know, price is only an issue if value is absent. The price doesn't matter. Having a 9 at the end of something or a 7 at the end of something, it doesn't matter. And if somebody's willing to pay $27 for something, they will pay $30 for something. If somebody's willing to pay $97 for something, they will pay $100 for it. If somebody's willing to pay $47, they will pay $50 for it. If somebody's willing to pay $9, they will pay $10 for it. And usually, a lot of the times, including myself, when people price these things at all these numbers that they think is supposed to work marketing-wise or whatever, they're simply just leaving money on the table. You price something at $47, you're really just leaving $3 on the table for every single customer. When you have a few sales, it doesn't sound like much, but at scale, you're just leaving money on the table. But price stuff at whatever price point you want to. Price is only an issue if value is absent. You just want to focus and make sure that the value is actually there. And money is simply just a symbol that value has been exchanged. And typically, people only spend their money on something that has a perceived value worth more to them than what their dollar is, or else they would have just spent their money elsewhere. So, for example, if I felt like this mug right here was not worth more to me than the amount of money that I spent on it, then I would be like, oh, that mug's too expensive. I'm just going to go and find another mug. I would spend my money elsewhere. All right. That's how our brains work behind everything that we buy. It's just basic human psychology. All right. So price is only an issue if value is absent. So one reason why I like starting low ticket instead of high ticket, because for one, the risk is easier for the buyer. Excuse me, let me get a sip of this root. Water in the mug, by the way. Simply just water. Stay hydrated. But the risk it's less risky for the buyer, and it's easier to get your first sales, and it gives you more validation. And when you get more validation, you get more confidence. Not only do you personally get more confidence, but the marketplace gets more confidence in you because they're seeing that more people are buying your stuff. So always remember, the first product is your learning product. It doesn't have to be perfect. And remember, what we're focused on is staying in feedback loop so we can turn this learning product into that great product. So once people buy, they'll start to ask you questions. Once people buy, you'll start to see that they're struggling in certain areas, and they will reach out to you and let you know that they're struggling in certain areas on your content and whatnot, and through email. And they will reveal what's actually missing, so you actually know what to make better instead of thinking what you should make better. And you'll use this feedback to improve the product. So remember the feedback loops again. Create your minimal viable product. You get it into the hands of people. You get the feedback. And then you reiterate. You tinker. You refine your product. You want to stay in these constant feedback loops. And I'm telling you, the more analog you stay in a digital world, the more profitable that you will be. So many people are out here just trying to make all this passive income online with digital products, and they're not talking to anybody. And since they're not talking to anybody, they don't know what their customers need. And they're just making all these moves and building and pivoting all the time off of just stuff that they think instead of stuff that they know. And you actually start to know what somebody needs when you stay in these constant feedback loops with the marketplace. When you stay in these constant feedback loops with your avatar, so you can stay producing what they actually do need. So your customers, they'll help you build with better vision. So the product part is easy. Creating a product, it's very simple. A lot of people overcomplicate this stuff. You just want to have a step-by-step process. Step 1 to step 4. Take them from current situation to desired situation. And if you have a community model, use the CCC approach within that process. But a product without your traffic, it doesn't create income. So many people, they think that if they just create a product, then they are going to have money. That's not the case. If you don't have any traffic, if you're not driving any eyeballs to that product, you're going to be broke. So the next step is learning how to attract the right people who actually want to buy what you've built. Now, a lot of people think that having a product means that you make money when it doesn't work like that. If you don't have any traffic, if you don't have any eyeballs on your offer, then you're not going to make any money. And that's actually most people's number one problem, is that they're actually good or great at what they do, but nobody knows that they exist. But you don't just need to go and get traffic. You need to get the right traffic that converts. So the purpose of this section is to attract the right audience that becomes buyers and not just viewers, not just subscribers. I would much rather have a small audience of buyers than a large audience of just viewers and subscribers. So you need to understand the biggest traffic myth. And most people think that more views equals more money, but this is not true at all. Views don't pay you, buyers do. So I love to use this example when I tell people about an audience, and I don't love that this happened to this creator, but this is a good example. So a few years ago, there was a story that came across my radar, and this young lady who at the time had over 2.6 million followers, she could not sell 36 t-shirts. She had come to some agreement with some company or something like this to come out with this product. Then they had some type of agreement to where she had to sell a minimum amount in order to make this money or whatever. 2.6 million followers on Instagram. She could not sell 36 units. This is the problem that a lot of content creators are facing. They're building audiences, doing trendy stuff, and doing stuff that will get them followers and subscribers, but they can't turn that into a business because they don't get the right followers. They don't get the right subscribers. So they have to be dependent on somebody else that has a business to pay them to get in front of their audience. But guess what'll happen once whoever that is that's paying for the brand sponsorship or whatnot is seeing that the traffic that they're getting from your audience isn't profitable to them either? Well, they're not going to pay you either. So now you have a big audience, you don't have any money, and you're just a popular broke person. And nobody wants to be a popular broke person. So it's not about getting the most amount of views, it's about getting the right amount of views. So if you're thinking like a contentpreneur instead of a content creator, you'll be thinking about dollar per view. And this is the thinking that we need to have, dollar per view thinking. So instead of asking how many views did my video get, ask yourself, how much revenue did each view generate? So for example, if somebody gets 10,000 views and gets $2,000 in digital product sales, then that's a 20-cent per view metric. And that's the metric that we want to pay attention to. We don't want to pay attention to how many views did a video get. We don't want to pay attention to how many followers we have. We want to track the right KPIs, and KPI stands for key performance indicators. And these are the numbers that we need to keep track of in order to actually make money online in our business and not just have all these vanity metrics. So one video with the right audience is more valuable than 10 viral videos. So this will shift your focus from attention to conversion. And contentpreneurs think about conversion. Content creators think about attention. So the best platform in order for you to get the right traffic is this platform that you're on right now, YouTube. It's the best traffic source by far. I previously mentioned in this course that I built a social media audience of over 100,000 followers. I had over 120,000 Instagram followers, left it, went to YouTube, no audience, built it from the ground up. I had tens of thousands of TikTok followers. I think I had like 14 or 15,000 TikTok followers, left it, came to YouTube, built it from the ground up. I've even experimented with paid advertising. The most money that I've spent on ads in a single month is a little over $100,000. YouTube's traffic is far better and more valuable than paid traffic. And on a month-to-month basis, at the time of me recording this video, because I don't even have the biggest YouTube channel yet, I'll have to pay on average somewhere between $25,000 and $40,000 per month for the same amount of eyeballs that I would have to pay for in paid advertising. And instead of having to pay to try to build my income, impact, and influence, I get paid a little cherry on top from YouTube AdSense to build my income, impact, and influence. So I'm like, let me just go ahead and keep that $25,000 to $40,000 in this pocket right here and get paid to build my income, impact, and influence. But outside of that, the biggest advantages of YouTube is that it's a search-based platform. There's no other platform on social media to where the search engine is as powerful and valuable as YouTube. So for one, I don't consider YouTube to be social media like a TikTok, like an Instagram, like a Twitter or Threads. Why? Because YouTube is the biggest streaming platform on the planet. YouTube is bigger than Netflix, Hulu, Amazon Prime, Peacock, HBO Max, all of them. YouTube is the biggest. And that's why companies like Netflix has done a recent deal with iHeartMedia to take a lot of their podcasts and place them over on Netflix, because they're trying to compete with YouTube, because YouTube is basically taking over their whole track. Like YouTube's like, yo, we the biggest. And since it's the biggest, it has evergreen discovery. But outside of that, not only is it the biggest streaming platform, period, it's the second biggest search engine, because Google, which is the biggest search engine on the planet, owns YouTube. So it's a search-based platform. So think about it. Even though every other social media platform has a search bar, you don't use the search bar on those like you do with YouTube. You're using the search bar on YouTube quite frequently. And a lot of the times, if you're looking to learn something, or if you're looking to fix a problem that you have in your life, you're typing, looking for the answers for that in the search bar. So if we know that we're making informational, transformational digital products that are helping people solve problems and real pain points that they have in their life, these people are going to be searching for the answers for that. So not only are you going to get search traffic from YouTube, but you're also going to get external traffic from Google. Have you ever typed something in the Google search bar and YouTube videos pop up? That's external search traffic also. and that also compounds over time. So since it compounds over time in search results, and since it compounds over time because YouTube is the only evergreen platform built for evergreen discovery, it's not about what your video and your content does today. It's about the views, the right views that it gets weeks, months, and literal years from now as long-form trust building. So there's a study that's been done by Google that says that on average, it takes someone about 7 hours of consuming your content to make a purchasing decision, because it builds trust. And we're in the trust economy right now, and people buy things from people that they know, like, and trust. Well, what other platform can you get that long-form trust building outside of YouTube? It'll take people hundreds and hundreds of short-form content to consume to get to that point, to whereas they could get that done within a day, a couple days, or a few days on YouTube. And it has high buyer intent. So think about this. We're in the trust economy. People can gain trust in you in a short basis because they're consuming long-form content. And you're only focusing on making content that is solving the pain points in their life. And pain is the number one moving motivator for people. So if they're in pain and they're looking for a way to alleviate that pain, and you're focused on drawing people away from their pain versus leading them towards their pleasure, well, then that means that they're at a high point to make a purchasing decision because they want to relieve that pain point. They want to get out of their current situation and into their desired situation. They want to make a change. So short form platforms, they often produce quick attention. That's why a lot of people want to get into it, because they think it's easier and they think that, oh, I can get more attention quicker. But what type of attention is that? I bet you can remember the last YouTube video that you watched. You can't remember the last short that you consumed. Why is that? It's the attention span. And all attention is not created the same. So just think about social media. When most people on social media, short form content, they're doing it just to pass the time. They're doing it while they're sitting here, sitting on the toilet. They're doing it while they're standing in line at the grocery store. They're doing it while they're waiting on their significant other to get done shopping. They're doing it during the commercial break of a show that they're watching. Like, they're not focused on anything. To whereas if you're making long form content, you have a different type of attention span, and I call it a different brain because it literally is a different brain when you're consuming long form informational content versus short form dopamine frying entertaining content. And because of that, it builds low trust, and with low trust, it has low conversion. And also with short form content, people are not making a decision to watch your content. It's just being served in front of them. But with long form YouTube content, they're making an active decision to see your video, click it, and watch. It's not just getting thrown in their face. So YouTube, it's not just a content platform, it's a discovery engine. And if you get this working for you, then it will work for you nonstop, 24/7, 365. So here's a system that you can build for yourself. And remember, system, SYSTM, stands for saving yourself time and energy and money. So whereas you can actually get your time back and make more while working less, because this system is going to be working for you nonstop, 24/7, 365, because your time is limited. And if your time is linked to the amount of income that you can make, then your income is always going to be kept, because there's an infinite amount of money out there for you to make. But there's a finite amount of your time. So we have to maximize it, and we have to eliminate the time from our income. And you can do that with a YouTube system, or what I like to call the YouTube solar system. So when I started to craft this for myself, and I think in systems with every single thing that I do, I was like, okay, how can I create a system around my YouTube channel? So I started to study all these different type of systems, and I stopped my studies and I just went back to the origin of the original system, which is our solar system. So if you can think about a solar system, any solar system, they all have a star that everything else orbits around. Our solar system, our main star is our sun, right? And then what orbits around the sun? The planets. And then what orbits around the planets? The moons. So I realized that I could do the same with my YouTube channel, and I can actually drive an evergreen discovery engine to where the gravitational pull of my YouTube channel will pull viewers in and will keep them in my ecosystem or in my solar system of content if I have everything pretty much meshing together and all solving the main core problem. So your main sun that you want to have in this YouTube solar system, your main sun that you want to have is your niche or the core problem that you solve. So if I'm just using myself as an example, my YouTube channel is all about online business powered by YouTube. That's my sun. But my planets around my sun, they're going to be the things that I talk about, or my content buckets. And I highly suggest that you just keep this to a few. I'll say no more than 5, or if you're using our solar system as an example, no more than 8. Like, you don't want to be talking about everything. And this is most creators' problems, is that they don't want to niche down because they want to talk about so many things. But if you get this YouTube solar system down, you can talk about whatever it is that you want to. You just have to think of a way to relate it back to one of your planets. So my content buckets, for example, every single one of my videos, no matter what, it's typically going to be about branding, sales, mindset, systems, marketing. That's just a quick example of me and my YouTube channel. These are what my planets are going to be about. So for instance, I have this story that every time I tell it to people, they get really inspired about it, about how I was at a all-time low. Like, when I talk about all-time low, I'm talking about personally, mentally, spiritually, financially. And I literally couldn't afford a hot and ready Little Caesars pizza from that cost $5. Like, I had to go into debt to buy a $5 hot and ready pizza from Little Caesars. And I tell this story about this conversation that me and my pops had, to whereas he told me to open my Bible, and these 3 Bible verses that basically changed my life, right? A lot of people would think, with the type of content that I make about online business, branding, content creation, marketing, and whatnot, why would I make that video? But I did because it's a mindset video. It still hovers in my YouTube solar system around my main sun of online business powered by YouTube, right? So if you think about the moons that orbit a planet, these moons in our YouTube solar system are going to be the types of content that we make around our content buckets. And there's 5 types of moons, and you should not make content outside of these 5 types of content. So for one, we have answering specific questions. Emphasis on specific. Remember, specificity sells. Then we have trend surfing. We have teaching specific skills. We have telling stories, and we have influencer surfing. These are the 5 types of content that you only need to focus on. So let me write these over here to the side real quick. So we have answering specific questions. We have teaching specific skills. We have trend surfing. We have influencer surfing, which I don't do much of this 4th one right here, and I'll break down why here in a second. And we have telling stories, which, if I use that mindset video that I talked about when I was at my all-time low, I told a story about how I called my pops, didn't know what to do. He told me to open up my Bible. I saw something that changed my life, to whereas I had never seen, heard any of this verbiage before that helped me tap into what I like to call my superpowers, right? I told that story throughout there. So, answering specific questions, think about this. If you're only focused on solving problems for your avatar, they're going to have specific questions that they're going to be typing into the search bar. You can be answering those specific questions. You can be teaching specific skills that are answering those specific questions. You can trend surf. There's always going to be something that's trend surfing. Now, this will be something to where you can get some attention in the short term. But remember, you want to make long-term evergreen content, but a way that you can get some eyeballs on you is to make content about something that's trending. And you start to see certain things within your niche that are trending to where you can hop onto that trend and get some attention. And something that I highly advise people to do is that you can see stuff that is trending outside of your niche, and then you can bring that over to your niche, and you'll stick out like a sore thumb within your niche because people haven't seen the type of stuff that's trending over there. You'll be the first person that they see. Influencer surfing. I said that this is something that I don't do much. The reason for that is because I'm selfish with my attention. I want you to know about Aston CEO. And a lot of times when you're not trend surfing, when you're influencer surfing, you're bringing more light on the other person that most likely has a bigger audience than you, or a bigger authority than you. And you're introducing these people to them instead of you. So a lot of people, what they'll do is that they'll start these YouTube channels breaking down what is working for some other big creator. And they're thinking, oh, if I talk about them, then I'll get eyeballs on me. And then the worst thing that could happen for them is that they do get those eyeballs, but they don't get anybody to trust into them. They're just introducing the new viewership to somebody that already existed, or that person is only tuned into them to hear about what they have to say about somebody that they already know about. And then they basically just end up turning into a news channel. And you don't want to turn into a news channel because nobody buys anything from the news. And then, but I'm not saying to not do this. I'm just saying that I wouldn't build my entire channel about constantly talking about what other people are doing instead of talking about what you are doing or what you have done or what you are going to do. Now, stories. This is a big one because this is what builds that connectivity through the screen. This is what really builds that trust factor on the know, like, and trust factor, because people connect to stories. So even on a big business sense, and I study business and people that are more successful than me in my free time, outside of I like to do it, I'm like, hey, I'm an entrepreneur. Why don't I go ahead and study successful entrepreneurs throughout history? A company and a person that I love to use in an example of effective storytelling to build a business is Phil Knight with Nike. If you don't know who Phil Knight is, Phil Knight started Nike. I'm sure you know who Nike is, right? The swoosh. Well, if you can think about Nike, what really built Nike up as a company? You got MJ, Michael Jordan. Without Michael Jordan, Nike probably wouldn't exist. And Nike was struggling at the time also before Michael Jordan. They were only known for like running shoes and whatnot. But Michael Jordan, outside of him just being a phenomenon in the 80s, people had never seen him before. He'd flying through the... Nike realized that even though people loved the spectacle of Michael Jordan, they couldn't connect with Michael Jordan because he was doing things that were so unhuman-like. Like a kid was like, I want to do this, but I don't have that capability. Once Nike realized this, they started to tell Michael Jordan's story. They started to talk about how he was cut from his freshman, from varsity as a freshman. So kids are like, oh, I got cut from my team. Oh, so he wasn't always good. He wasn't born this way. He worked his way up for that. As a kid growing up in the 90s, my favorite Michael Jordan commercial to this day, the one that's most memorable to me, is not like Mike, I want to be like Mike, and him flying through the air and stuff. There's one commercial where he's walking through the tunnel in his suit and a trench coat, and he's talking about all the times that he failed. I had the ball this many times with the game on the line, lost, got cut from my high school team as a sophomore or whatever, got cut from this, lost at this, lost this time, lost, failed. And that's why I succeed. Boom, then the Jumpman logo comes up. That story of failure, that story of overcoming, that story of triumph is what was connecting with the kids, because everybody couldn't jump 50 inches in the air. Everybody couldn't jump from the free throw line. But everybody has their own struggles, their own failures that they're working towards overcoming. And if you look at any iconic Nike athlete, since Michael Jordan, they all do the same thing. They did the same thing with Tiger Woods in his day. They didn't just show Tiger Woods with the red shirt and the TW hat hitting golf balls. They told the story arc of Tiger Woods. And then later on, they started to tell the story arc of Tiger Woods' life, training with his pops and showing Tiger Woods' son, Charlie, and they're like a splitting image on the golf course. They did the same exact thing with Serena Williams at the time when she was a Nike athlete. They were showing her come up as a kid in Compton, training with her pops around game bangers and whatnot, to having the beads in her head, to winning Wimbledon and becoming Serena Williams. They told the story of Giannis Antetokounmpo, the Greek freak, being broke over in Greece, selling stuff on the corners and whatnot, to NBA champion. They tell these stories because the stories connect people to these superhuman-like figures. Your story is going to connect with other people as well. And so many people are thinking that they haven't achieved whatever this super level, guru level, Mensa achievements that they need to make, that they don't want to talk about their struggles. They don't want to talk about their hardships. They don't want to talk about their can't get right moments, not realizing that that is what is going to make people connect with you. And that is what is going to help people trust you. And that also will help them trust in you to help them get to where they want to be. If you share something that you have overcame and got out of it, you're showing in real time through your story that you were where they are and that you are now where they want to be. That happens through storytelling. But these 5 moons, or the 5 types of content you want to make: answering specific questions, teaching specific skills, trend surfing, influencer surfing, or telling stories. Now, the beauty in this YouTube solar system and why this works is this. So look, that's why I said that everything, it needs to stick together. Not only do we need to have what I call stick-to-itiveness to stick with this long term, because YouTube is a long-term evergreen platform, but we want to make content that what I call is sticky. So once our gravitational pull of our YouTube channel draws someone in, the stick-to-itiveness of all our videos connecting in this solar system will keep people in our orbit. And also, YouTube channel. Words have definitions, and people do not think of this when they're looking to build something. It's called a YouTube channel. It's not called a YouTube page. Like how social media is an Instagram page, it's a TikTok page, it's a Twitter profile or whatever, a Twitter page. YouTube is a channel. So think about TV. TV is a channel. You turn it on a certain channel because you're expecting one thing from that channel. So people understand this about TV. People understand this about what's other channels throughout history, radio channels. But then when it comes to their content in YouTube, their channel's all over the place. That's why they can't build an audience. And that's why you want to make sure, like I talked about that Ikigai concept some lessons ago, you want to make sure that you're talking about something that you actually care about and have some passion about, so you know that you will be comfortable talking about a similar topic over and over and over and over and over again. Because people, once they discover you, they're going to want more of whatever it is that they found. Just like me, I'm a big sports watcher. I don't watch much TV outside of some of my favorite shows that I stream, but if I'm watching actual TV, like a channel, I'm typically watching sports. I turn on ESPN because I know that that is a sports channel. I turn it on Animal Planet because I know that that is an animal channel or National Geographic or something. But if I was to turn it on ESPN and they had cooking, I'd be like, well, I didn't want the Food Network. I probably would go and find some other channel that would give me what I'm looking for as far as sports and news on sports. This is how we need to think with our YouTube channel. But back to this, why this YouTube solar system works. Because if somebody was to come into my solar system, for example, and let's say that they're wanting to, let's say that they come on one of my videos about how to build a system for yourself. Boom, this is the first video that they see of mine. Let me change this color real quick so it pops up. This is what they come for. But now, how YouTube is designed, if they're getting good signals that somebody is enjoying your content, first of all, the click-through rate, if somebody clicks it, that's showing YouTube that somebody wants to watch the video because they decided to click on it. Positive signal. Then average view duration. That means that they're watching the video for an extended period of time. Those are the only two quality signals that YouTube cares about. That's it. I don't care what you hear anybody else on YouTube says. Most of these people are just saying whatever crap that they think will get the most amount of views. And this is why, because YouTube only cares about click-through rate and average view duration. These are the only two signals that is giving a YouTube clear signals that somebody wants to watch the video and then is enjoying the video right here. And I say a good click-through rate that you want to shoot for within the first 24 hours, especially you're starting off, if you have little to no audience. When I was starting off, within the first 24 hours, I wanted to have at least a 5% click-through rate. So that means if 100 people, YouTube showed it to 100 people, five of those people clicked the video. That's a good baseline click-through rate, right? But once YouTube gets these signals that somebody that has recently viewed my video enjoyed it, well, not only are they going to start to recommend my new videos to them, but they're going to start to recommend my old catalog of videos to them also. That's why I say the videos that we post today isn't about the views that it gets today. It's about the views that it gets weeks, months, and literal years from now. So imagine if somebody's in my solar system and they're like, oh, well, I don't know if this system will work for me from this video that they just watched of mine right here. Well, they're still in my orbit, boom. Then they get a mindset video that actually gives them a paradigm shift. And now they actually have some belief in themselves. They're like, oh, well, now they're sitting here and then they see one of my sales videos. Now they're sitting here, they're seeing one of my brand videos. And since all of my videos are pretty much designed to go into one another, they just stay in this solar system. And then I'm not going to give you a science or my belief on the universe teachings right now, but I do think something's happening out there in space, and I think either the sun is expanding or we are getting closer to the sun, and at some point the two are going to meet. The sun's either expanding or the gravitational pull of the sun is pulling us closer. But regardless of that, similar things happen with this. So your reach is going to get wider as you get better, as you become a better content creator, as you become better at crafting concise messages that clearly convey that you are an authority in a space that has a solution to a problem. You're going to expand. And then people are going to get closer to you also. And then when the two meet, that's when the sale happens, right? So with this, you don't just want to make content. You want to make content that all goes together. You want to create this YouTube solar system for yourself. And you want to create content that attracts actual buyers. But what is this? Because not all content attracts the same audience. So some content attracts entertainment viewers. Like I said, us as contentpreneurs, we don't want to just be out here shucking and jiving, trying to entertain people, because typically you end up doing some goofy stuff, or you just do whatever is trending at the time to try to ride that wave and get as many views as possible. And a lot of times when you're just doing trendy stuff, you end up looking goofy too. And you don't really like what you're doing. And a lot of times people are just doing stuff that doesn't really sit with the morals of what they want to do. So they feel uncomfortable making the content a lot of times. And it attracts casual watchers. But the content that we're going to be focused on, it attracts problem-aware viewers. This is different. People that are aware that they have a problem. They're actively looking for the solution each and every single day. And it attracts solution seekers. So if I wanted to go and get the most views possible, I could probably grab some baby powder, put it into my hands, walk outside, and smack a nun or something like that, which would be like the most terrible thing that I could do. That will probably get a whole lot of views. But who are those views? Somebody within my community, he learned this in real time. He had a YouTube short go viral. It got millions of views. I think last time I checked it, it had like around 4 million views. He didn't get not one sale from it. He didn't get one contact on an email list. He didn't get one positive signal at all with anything that he's doing, because he has an offer for people in the beauty space, barbers, hairdressers, and whatnot, and he's helping them learn how to apply a skill to their tool set of micropigmentation, which is basically like tattooing hairlines on people. And then all the comments and all those views were a bunch of kids like making fun and asking why would somebody go and get a hairline tattoo, right? Got a whole bunch of views. And initially he felt good about himself because he got that dopamine release. Like, it does feel good to get a whole lot of views, but he quickly realized that they're just vanity metrics because it wasn't actually positively affecting his business or audience at all. That's why I said we don't need to get all the views, and typically we don't want to go viral, because in order to go viral, you got to make broad stuff when we actually want to go deep. That's what she said. So in order to make this type of content that attracts the right viewers within our YouTube solar system, we want to make what I call epic expert content. So Epic Expert is an acronym. So the E in Epic stands for entertaining. Now, I just went through a whole soliloquy about how we don't want to just be out here entertaining people. That's true. But you will have to have a little bit of entertainment in your content. And that's why you need to know who it is that you're speaking to and really know who your avatar is, because you're going to know what is entertaining to them, right? So me, for example, I can crack a little joke here and there. I can tell some type of cultural reference, song lyric, movie lyric, or whatnot. But I know for the type of content that I'm making, what I'm making it for, they're actually entertained by information. They watch a lot of informational content, whether it be about how to build a business or about whatever other aspect that they're interested in. So I know that. I don't have to be doing too much shucking and jiving. I don't have to put salt on the floor because massa like a soft shoe and get the shucking because I know what my viewers actually entertained by. I don't have to do that much to entertain them. Now, the P stands for personalized. Again, this is why we need to know who it is that we're talking to so they can feel like that video or your content is for them. I get this in my comments on a literal daily basis. How you know that, man? How you know my life? You spying on me? Get out of my head. Man, this is for me. How did you know? I know because I'm literally making it for my one avatar. And like I previously stated in this course, my avatar is my former self. So I'm only making the stuff that I wish that I had along the way. So I know what it is that they're going through because I went through the same stuff myself. Now, I is irrefutable. I only speak from irrefutable facts, period. That's it. It's very easy for me to make content because I never tell you what I think. This isn't any theory. I only tell you what I know. And how do I know? Because I know that I'm talking from irrefutable facts because I'm only making content about my experiences or about something that I've helped someone else do. So if someone's like, hey man, that doesn't work. I'm like, how you gonna tell me something that I did doesn't work? That's like sitting here and telling me that I'm not a handsome man that knows how to snap my fingers with my right hand and really struggles to do it with my left. Like, I know that I struggle to snap with my left, but I know that I can snap with my right, and I know that I'm handsome. You can't tell me no different, right? That's how you become confident and can speak with authority online. It's when you're speaking with irrefutable facts. And what other way to speak with irrefutable facts outside of speaking from your experience and your authority? And then the C stands for clear. There's so many people, and no matter what the industry is and no matter what the niche is, that cannot tell you what they do in a clear, concise message. And they're trying to sound smart. And most of the time, when you try to sound smart, you actually end up sounding dumb. And a lot of times when you do sound smart, you may intimidate your viewer that they don't think that it's possible for them because they don't understand everything that you're talking about. So, prime example, this one guy, he came up to me once before I was at a marketing event. He was wanting to connect with me. He knew what it was that I did. And he was like, I was like, all right, man, what do you do? He's like, oh, I tell stories. And I was on a time crunch. I was like, okay, you keep on telling those stories. And I went on about my day. Later to find out, this guy, he does video editing, production and whatnot. And he wanted to help me make content to do what I'm doing right now, to drive the right attention, the right eyeballs to my business. I was like, well, he needs to be more clear on that. With his old mysterious cleverness of what he does, I tell stories. He lost some possible business, and I'm sure outside of myself was losing a lot of possible business. So for one, a lot of times, in being clear, we don't want to speak with a lot of industry jargon. We want to meet our viewer where they're at. So me, I make business content, entrepreneur content, business, marketing, sales, delegation, systems, and whatnot. Well, I know in my content, I don't have to say EBITDA, which stands for earnings before interest, taxes. There's no point in me even telling you what it means when the foundation of it is just a fancy word for profit. So in my video, I can just say profit instead of EBITDA. I'm not out here trying to sound smart, right? So be clear, be concise, and clear will always beat clever. One of my favorite lyrics by Jay-Z, he said, I dumbed down for my audience and doubled my dollars. They criticize me for it, yet they all yell holla. If skills sold, truth be told, I'd probably be lyrically Talib Kweli. Truthfully, I want to rhyme like common sense, but I sold 5 million. I ain't been rhyming like common sense. So in that lyric, Jay-Z, he's saying that he has the power to do all the super lyrical, spiritual, miracle rhymes, and he used to do that. You can look up old footage of Jay-Z. He used to have a high top fade with the part to the side. He was rapping super, super duper fast, and you really couldn't understand what he had to say. Nobody was listening to him. And since he's in the music business, he wasn't just trying to make music. He wanted to sell the music, or else he would just make it in his room. He's in the music business. He's like, man, nobody's listening to my stuff. Nobody's buying my stuff. Why don't I dumb down my messaging? He did that. He became Jay-Z, billionaire that we know today, right? But that all started on him, what he called dumbing down his message to double his dollars. I'm not saying that you need to dumb yourself down, because it actually takes a higher level of thinking to break something down to make it more understandable and digestible to more people. It's actually more difficult to take something that is complicated and get it down to somewhere to where somebody that really isn't knowledgeable about the process could understand it. That actually takes more brain power. So I'm not telling you to dumb yourself down, but I am telling you to focus on clarity, right? So that's the epic side of things. Now, the expert side of things is educational. I said that mixture of entertainment and educational content, that's a gold mine. I call it edutainment. The X stands for experience, right? This kind of goes hand in hand with irrefutable, because you can speak with irrefutable facts if you're talking from your experience. The P stands for problem solving. Think about it, as entrepreneurs, we're in the problem solving business, period. So if people are looking for solutions, then we should make content solving their problems. The E stands for execute. In every single one of my videos, I want to make sure that I give somebody some piece of information that they can instantly execute on. I want to give people results in my free content. Because if somebody's getting results from my free content, then they're going to be like, whoa, what's going to happen once I pay? People, they need to execute. They don't necessarily need more information. And then the R is relevant to pain. Remember, it's always easier to draw someone away from their pain than to lead them towards their pleasure. And then the T stands for take action. You never want to lose out on the opportunity to tell somebody how to take action, or a CTA. CTA stands for call to action. So you always want to give them a logical next best step, whether that logical next best step be buying your product, be grabbing your freebie to where you can get their email contact to market to them later your product, whether that be a simple call to action to watch your next video. When you have somebody's attention, you never want to miss out on the opportunity on what to logically tell them to do next. All right? You always want to have some type of call to action. Now, with this epic expert content, something that a lot of people really struggle over is scripting. But if you think about what a script actually is, a script is simply just a hook, a list, and a call to action. That's the structure of any script that I do. And if you pay attention to YouTube just in general, whether it be an educational video or an entertainment video, the core of it is just a hook, a list, and a call to action. So think about this. The hook, this simply just grabs someone's attention and it identifies the problem. And this is the most important portion of the video, because remember, those two key metrics that YouTube cares about is click-through rate and average view duration. Well, you'll see once you start to take your YouTube seriously and consistently make content, the first 30 seconds of a YouTube video is the most crucial, because that's when the majority of people are going to click off of it. So if 60% of people click off the video within the first 30 seconds, then that's giving YouTube a signal that this is something that somebody wants to watch because they clicked it, but they're clicking off of it fast, which means that it's not delivering on the promise of the click. So it's not going to push it out to more people. So your hook is what grabs that attention in those first 30 seconds real quick. So it grabs their attention and it identifies the problem. Now, the list of your video is basically just the body. So the list, this delivers the solution in clear steps. This is very simple to do in educational content, but even if you just think about everything that you watch for entertaining purposes, whether it be something about relationships or whether it be a podcast, an interview, whatever it is, they grab your attention. Then they have a process of typically 3 to 5 things that they want to break down in the video. And then at the end, they have some type of call to action, which directs the viewers towards the next step, or what I like to say, the logical next best step. All right. So even me, I said I watch a lot of sports content. If I'm not watching like CEO interviews or something like that, I'm usually watching sports content or music content, right? So if I'm watching something about the Drake-Kendrick Lamar beef, well, they're going to have some type of hook to grab my attention. And then the body of the video, it's just going to be a list of whatever it is that they're breaking down. Drake's not culturally relevant because of this, and that. Kendrick Lamar is a hypocrite because of 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, right? It's some type of list. And then at the end, they're going to give me a call to action to watch something else that is similar to what I just watched. Because if I made it to the end, I'm most likely going to want to watch something that's similar, right? Educational video is pretty much the same. Hook to grab your attention, whatever the 3 to 5 things are that they're going to cover, and then some type of call to action to either buy something, sign up for a free freebie to build an email list or to watch the next video, right? So once you simplify things start to become a lot easier to do and they don't seem so overwhelming. And remember, simple stuff scales, the fancy stuff that fails. I do my best to simplify everything because the simple stuff works, and the simple stuff is something that you can implement into a system for yourself and save yourself time, energy, and money. So every video should move people one step closer to your product. And then you want to build this YouTube solar system out to whereas you have a catalog or a universe of videos that are all directing to your product, to whereas you get this person here in your orbit. And then it just becomes a matter of time before they buy. Now, what happens when you have multiple people all becoming aware of you at different time points? At some point, you start to have this avalanche of sales. But this compounding effect, it all happened off of your past previous work. Now, you want to make sure that you're connecting your content to your offer. So your content, it should connect to your landing page or your sales page. It should connect to your email list. It should connect to your digital product, your community, whatever type of asset that you own. It's all about ownership. Remember, even though we're using YouTube as leverage, we don't own it. So we want to always drive the traffic to something that we own, so we can collect that data, so we can control the communication that we have with the person that chose to opt in to whatever it is that we have available. We don't have control over the communication through YouTube, all right? So your content should naturally lead to the solution or the logical next best step. Now, consistency and momentum. This is what a lot of people struggle with. For one, because they think this stuff is way more complicated than it is. But consistency matters not because the algorithm demands it, but because you collect the data. YouTube's algorithm really doesn't reward frequency like a lot of people think. It rewards consistency, but not so much frequency. And a lot of times people, they think that frequency and consistency are the same when they're different. So you don't have to be as frequent on YouTube as you have to be with social media. So for example, when I was doing social media, I would post 3 to 5 times per day. And then I would be in the stories. And then I would go live damn near every single day. And then I had a infomercial strategy that I would do to whereas I would post another 5 posts overnight between the hours of midnight and 5 a.m. And then by 6 a.m., I would delete all those posts overnight and then do my 3 to 5 posts per day. And I was doing ads and stuff too. And people don't realize with ads, you have to do more content than the short form content because you constantly have to be testing creatives on ads. And with all ads, I would make like 5 to 6 hooks. Then I would do 3 to 5 bodies, and then I would do 3 to 5 outros, and then I would mix together all the concoctions of ads, and I would have to be constantly doing this every single day too. It was exhausting. But if you're being consistent on YouTube, and I say like minimum 1 video per week, which is doable for everybody, you're collecting data along the way. And you're not just consistently working on doing the same thing over and over again. You're collecting your data and then you're making strategic movements on how you can actually do less better. So you're testing your ideas and you're improving your messaging. So every single video is a test and your consistency builds out your actual system. So like I said, YouTube is the long-term traffic engine and the only long-term traffic engine that exists right now. I'm not loyal to any platform. I want to do what is best for me and my mental first of all, and then my business second, because if I'm not right, then nothing's going to be right. If there was something else better, I would be doing it. But YouTube is the only platform that compounds. And a few years ago, I realized that even though I thought I was thinking long term, I actually wasn't. And everything that I was doing was for in the now. And most people, I've realized, are thinking that way too. They think that they're thinking long term, but if they were thinking long term, then they would actually be making some decisions right now that would take longer to get results, so they could get the bigger win later. But most people, if they can't get instant results right now, they don't want to do it. That's why so many people are scared of YouTube, because they don't believe that they will get an instant result when you can get pretty quick results. Like, I was seeing results with my YouTube system pretty much out the gate within the first month or two. But a video posted today can bring in viewers tomorrow, next month, next year. Literally, if you go, you find the first video ever posted on YouTube. It's a video titled "Me at the Zoo." It's from one of the original 3 founders of YouTube. That video is still getting thousands of views per hour. That video is still getting comments to this day. And then the logical next step, there's a link in the description to where it's, he doesn't need to sell anything. Became a billionaire for selling YouTube. But from time to time, he changes the link in the description to go to whatever cause that he cares about. Last I checked, he had a link to the description to some interview about microplastics with Katie Couric. And, as microplastics are not good for us, and we're digesting them, or not even digesting them, we're consuming them each and every single day. He wants to bring awareness to that. Well, if you click the link to that video that he has attached in his description and watch the microplastics video with Katie Couric in this interview, you'll see that all the views on that interview are from the Me at the Zoo video. And this is something that happened well over a decade ago. So that proves right there that it just creates evergreen traffic. So imagine if we have assets that are performing for us over time, that are solving people's problems that they're going to have over time. And then the great thing about coming up with solutions to problems is that for every problem that you come up with a solution for, there's always going to be another problem that comes with it. That's why you always have to be working on yourself, to be working on your personal development, your communication skills, acquiring skills, and refining those skills over time so you can come up with the solution to that new problem that they're going to have. That's just the process of life, right? So traffic brings people into your world, but traffic alone doesn't create revenue. So you need a simple system that turns these viewers into buyers. And we're going to be breaking that simple system down in the next lesson. Now let's get into funnels that convert. And what we want to do here is that we want to create a simple system that turns viewers into buyers. And this is the number one missing link that most content creators have. They don't have any system to turn attention into sales. So most creators, they have content, they have views, they have followers, but what they don't have is a path to buy. So if people like your content, but they don't know how to buy from you, then your system is broken. And the missing piece is the funnel. Now, what most people think a funnel is some type of software when it's not. And this whole phrase pretty much got coined by a guy by the name of Russell Brunson. If you're not familiar with Russell Brunson, he built this software company called ClickFunnels. He did not create or invent a funnel, but he had coined the term to build his company. And through his marketing to digital marketing or digital marketers, online coaches, course creators, or whatnot, this term funnel got thrown around to whereas most people think that a funnel is a software when it's not. A funnel is a simple step-by-step path that moves somebody from interest to purchase. That's all it is. It's just the journey that you take a prospective customer on from awareness to purchase. That's what a funnel actually is. So it doesn't have to be complicated. A simple funnel can be this: content to sales page, product, and then this person turns into a customer. A funnel is just a path that someone follows to buy. So anytime you hear funnel, Do not think software like most people do. Think experience. And when you think of a customer journey, then you realize that anytime you buy anything from anybody or anyone or any business or any industry, regardless of what the industry is, you're in somebody's funnel. It's simply just a buying process that the seller controls the buying process of the buyer. And that's why so many creators out here can't make any money online in their business, is because they have no process that they control the flow of the transaction. So, look, a simple funnel structure, it can be beginner friendly. Starts with your content. Then you have some type of way to where you can capture that lead. Then you simply just make them an offer. Then they turn into a customer. That's a simple step-by-step path for you to actually create a funnel. Now, it all starts with the content, right? Your content attracts the right audience. Then remember this, we always want to funnel our traffic into some type of asset that we own. That could be you capturing the lead, which could be you just simply collecting the email address, to whereas you now have control over the communication between you and a prospective customer. Then you can make your offer, which you present the solution. Then they simply turn into a customer, which means that the purchase happens. This simple structure right here is enough to start. You don't need to have some type of complicated funnel. You don't need to have some type of complicated system in order to get started. You can build on things later, but we just got to get started right now. And so many people stay in the analysis paralysis phase that they're just acquiring more information about how to build a complex funnel that they don't ever get started. Just start with something simple. Now, email. Email is still a valuable tool in today's day and age because we don't own these platforms that we're posting content on, but we can own a digital asset to whereas we can have direct communication with somebody. So email is still powerful. Remember, these social platforms, they're simply just borrowed audiences. We don't own them, but your email is an asset. So for one, you can have direct communication with somebody. Two, you can have a repeated sales from somebody, because what most people aren't focused on is lifetime value, right? Lifetime value, in the marketing world, we call it LTV, right? What is the lifetime value of a customer? If you have a funnel structure, you can focus on lifetime value instead of just one-off sales. So many people are focused on how they can get new customers instead of focusing on how can you increase the value of the people that have already purchased from you. With a proper structure of a funnel, you can maximize this lifetime value right here. And anytime you have new product launches, you now have a list of people to whereas you can directly market to, and then you can build deeper relationships with these people over time in order to build that lifetime value. So followers belong to the platform, but your email list, it belongs to you. Now, the most important thing in any funnel that you build is going to be a landing page or a sales page. And this can be very simple. A lot of people, they're complicating this stuff. So think, what is the purpose of a landing page? It's simply to convert interest into attention, and that's it. But this doesn't have to be something complicated. So a simple landing page, it is composed of a few elements. So for beginners, you want to have a clear headline, emphasis on clear. Remember, clarity sells. Clarity is always going to beat cleverness. So you want to identify the problem. You want to give a promise of your outcome with a simple explanation and a call to action. Clarity converts better than cleverness 10 times out of 10. You don't need some type of fancy design. So look at this. Let's just imagine that this is your sales page. All that you need on a sales page in order to convert is some type of headline. Now, with the headline, all that you want to do is think of the result and think of a big promise. When somebody clicks the link to opt into your freebie or to buy your digital product, what is it that they're wanting? What is the big promise? And something that I like to do that really works for me in the headline, I want to give a big promise. But then I also want to make my promise and share some type of big objection or limiting belief that I know that my prospective customer or lead has, that they can get this big promise without whatever I already know their objection is. So for example, my very first digital product, it covered 99 ways how to flip houses without using any of your own cash or credit. Well, my big promise could be learn 99 ways how to flip houses. My objection that I already know that they have is that they may think that they have to have a lot of money or a stellar credit score. But I can say without using any of your own cash or credit. If I have a weight loss product, for example, that's helping busy working professionals lose 20 pounds in only 15 minutes a day. My big promise could be lose 20 pounds. My objection could be in only 20 minutes a day, because somebody might be thinking that they have to put all this time and effort into the gym or whatnot, right? Or I could say lose 20 pounds without dieting or something like that. Like, what is the main objection that your prospective customer, your avatar, believes that is holding them back from it? And that's something that I found has been very profitable in me crafting headlines and whatnot. Now, something that could be optional is that you could have like some type of sub headline under this also. Not necessary, but it's optional. Now, something else that I highly advise people to do, this also is not necessary, but I've always found that my sales pages, they convert at a higher percentage if I have what's called a VSL. Now, a VSL just stands for video sales letter. So this is going to be some type of short video of you talking about whatever your product is, or you delivering on whatever the promise is that your headline is promising, right? Now, with the VSL, it doesn't have to be some long video. It can just be a couple minutes. Like, make it however long or however short it needs to be for you to get your point across. But in my VSLs, I really like for mine to be non-scripted. When I say non-scripted, I'm not saying that I don't have something prepared that I want to say, but I don't necessarily like to read from a script word for word in a VSL, because I want it to come across as genuine, right? But this is just helping to build trust. Then you could just have a short section about the product, or a short hero section about you. But if you're using a platform like YouTube, you really don't have to have that crazy of a hero section, because people are going to be consuming video after video after video after video. And what I like to call the binge and buy effect starts to kick in, and they already feel like they know you. They already feel like they like you. They already feel as if they trust you. So you don't have to have a crazy hero section, but you can just have a short section about your product, a short hero section about yourself here, then just a simple call to action. Then you may want to have some testimonials filled in here in your about or hero section, just so you can show some proof that your product works for other people outside of yourself. If you do have testimonials, if you don't have testimonials yet, you'll just share how whatever your method is has changed yourself, right? You can be your own testimonial. You can share your own testimony. But this is a simple landing page. It doesn't have to be anything complicated. Remember, the simple stuff scales. It's all the fancy stuff that fails, right? So Outside of this landing page, something that actually helps you increase not only your lifetime value, but on the front end, what I call your average order value, right? Is going to be having order bumps and upsells. So amateurs make money on the front end, but experts make money on the back end. And the way that you can maximize your average order value per customer is by having order bumps and upsells. So this is how you increase your revenue per buyer. So many people are thinking about getting new customers instead of thinking about how they can increase the value of the one customer that's already made a decision to buy. And this is where a funnel kicks in, or where you can create a system for yourself. Remember, saving yourself time, energy, and money. A lot of times people don't need more customers. They need ways to maximize the revenue of the one that decides to purchase. So, for example, a customer, they can come in to buy a $47 digital product from you. But that same customer could get a $25 order bump. That same customer could get a $200 upsell. And then that same customer could get a $100 downsell from the $200 upsell. And this increases your average order value. So let me break this down. So it's a lot simpler than what most people in online business and digital marketing are making it seem. So for one, an order bump. What is an order bump? An order bump is simply just some type of no-brainer item that goes hand in hand and coincides with your core offering. So if I were to use Chick-fil-A, for example, right? Chick-fil-A. We got the chicken sandwich, right? This is the core offer. But with Chick-fil-A, what is the order bump? An order bump is going to be the fries and the drink. So think about this. Chick-fil-A's core product, chicken sandwich or chicken nuggets, whatever it is, whatever the chicken item is, they increase their average order value per customer by saying, do you want the combo? Order bump, some type of no-brainer item that goes hand in hand with the core offering. And typically, an order bump is going to have less perceived value. It's going to be cheaper also. So it's kind of like a no-brainer, right? And the upsell is something that has more perceived value, something a little more premium. So if I just use Chick-fil-A as an example, what would their upsell be? Their upsell would say, do you want that in a medium or do you want that in a large? Right? They ask 100% of their customers that. A percentage of people say, oh, I'll take that in the medium. A percentage of people say, oh, I'll take that in a large. You don't even think that small is an option anymore because they don't ask you if you want that in a small, medium, or large. They upsell 100% of their customers by saying, do you want that in a medium or a large? So automatically out the gate, they increase their average order value simply by just asking a this or that question, right? We can do the same things in our businesses. We can do the same things with our digital products. This model exists, this funnel exists for everything that you do. I love to go to the movies. I go to the movies a few times a month. I go to the movie. That is the core product, the movie. Order bumps. Not fries, popcorn, and that nasty bottle of Dasani that I get that sounds like a snake hissing or a pop every time I open it. Like, why is my water every time I open it? I hate it, but I need something to wash down the popcorn and I don't drink pop, right? Those are order bumps. And then the upsell, do I want the popcorn in a small, medium, a large, or a bucket? I typically get the bucket because the way that they have it positioned, the bucket versus the large, it's actually a better value if you get the bucket. Even if I don't eat it all, I'm like, well, I have the option to have more popcorn for like 25 more cents if I want to. This is what we can do in our digital products. So what order bump can you think of that would go hand in hand with your core offer? If your core offer is going to be an ebook, a great order bump that you could have for that is an audio book. That's something that I've done in the past. I've had an ebook, and then I've recorded myself reading out the ebook, and I've offered the ebook for a less price to people that have already made the decision to purchase the ebook. What could an upsell be? An upsell could be a course. The upsell could be your community. Remember, the three main digital products that make money that I really highly advise that you focus on should be an ebook, a course, or a community. Well, if you're thinking systems and if you're thinking funnels, these could all be offered to the same person within a funnel. You could have an ebook available, you could have an upsell of a course, and you could have an upsell of a community, right? So the way that I actually learned to really monetize this was that I went to IKEA. Have you ever heard of IKEA? The furniture store? All right. So if you think of IKEA, they force you to see everything that they have available before they let you out of their store. As soon as they get you into their ecosystem, they force the traffic to go one way and they show you every single thing that you see. So last time that I went to IKEA, I went to get a cowhide rug for my living room. But I walked out of IKEA with plates, spoons, cutlery, glasses. I would have got a trash can because one day I was dining in at Chick-fil-A and I seen they had a motion sensor joint. And I was like, oh, that's pretty dope. I want that. I was at IKEA. They didn't have the motion sensor joint, or I would have walked out with a trash can. And then I walked out with my cowhide rug too. I was like, man, this is crazy. How can I apply this model for myself? Because I came here for a cowhide rug, but I bought all this other stuff. So this is where a funnel can kick in. So think about this, for example. Let's say the first time that I implemented this strategy, I had a low ticket digital product, my core offer here. It was $47. It was an ebook. All right. But then for those people that came for one ebook, they came with the intentions to spend $47. I offered them an order bump. In this particular funnel, my order bump was an audio book, and then I had two order bumps actually. I had something that I created called the 10 Stat Commandments, and it was the 10 commandments to get to your first 6 figures in any industry, right? So in this particular funnel, I had two order bumps. It was a $25 10 Stat Commandments, and then I had a $20 audio book, right? Then I had an upsell. For this particular product, it was a course. I believe in this funnel, can't remember off the top of my head, but I believe that this course that I had as an upsell was $200. And then what I added was a downsell. So what's a downsell? Well, to the people that did not take this upsell right here, I immediately offered them the same exact product at a 50% discount because people love a discount, and it's FOMO, fear of missing out. They don't want to miss out on a deal, right? That's just how we're all wired as human beings. So I had a downsell right here for the same exact product for $100. So this process right here is what I highly advise people to do in order to properly monetize a low ticket digital product on the front end. You want to have this process available on the back end. And I say bare minimum, this is what you want to have. A digital product with one order bump and one upsell with a possible downsell to that upsell. Now here, when I'm right here with this downsell, the people that took this upsell, they don't see this right here. Only people that click, no, I don't want this, they are the only people that see this downsell right here, all right? But with this particular funnel, when I first did this strategy, I took it a level deeper, and I had another upsell with another downsell with other products that I had. And then I had my thank you page, which on my thank you page, I was offering my community. It's crowded at the top. All right. So this was the first funnel structure that I created for myself. But I mentioned IKEA before because this was inspired by IKEA. Well, tell me if this looks familiar if you've ever been to IKEA. Check this out. Does this look similar to IKEA? They get you into their ecosystem for whatever it is that you came for, but while you're there, they show you this. Didn't know they had this available. Well, guess what? A percentage of people will take this order bump. Then they get here. I didn't know that they had this available. A percentage of people will take that upsell. But guess what? A percentage of people will not take that upsell. So then, I can get this at a discount. A percentage of people will take that. Didn't know they had that. Okay. Didn't know that they had a community right here. So now you get some monthly recurring revenue coming in. And then they leave. This is the psychology of a buyer. Hear me loud and clear when I say this. A buyer is always going to be a buyer. And the best time to sell something to somebody is while they're buying stuff or immediately after they purchase something. That's why when you go to the grocery store, for example, these are things that are done in sales and marketing. There's a reason why all the staples that somebody may need in their kitchen are in the back of the grocery store. So you can walk past everything else and grab other things along the way, or walk back there first and then on your way forward to the cash register, you're grabbing other stuff along the way. There's a reason why there's gum right there at the checkout. Or for me, I'm a mints person, suck, never chew. If you know what movie that comes from, me and you can be partners. But when I watched that movie, that really stuck with me. And I've just always been a mints guy, outside of the fact that my pops always had like peppermints and those soft peppermints around when I was a kid. I always grab a pack of peppermint Altoids, the strong, curious mints at the checkout. I'm like, oh yeah, I do need those. That's an order bump. This is business. When you go out to eat, you come to eat for the primary main meal. As soon as you sit down, the waiter instantly asks you if you want to start off with appetizers or drinks, order bumps, right? And then have you realized, like at a lot of restaurants, when they give you the drink menu, there's no prices on the drink menu because they want you to get a little drunk. So you just start spending frivolously. And then they offer you the dessert. This is business right here. So this is how you maximize the revenue on a low-ticket digital product. And this is a system that you can create for yourself. And this is how you save yourself time, energy, and money with the system. This is all about increasing your average order value per customer. A lot of times people don't need more people to buy their stuff. They need the people that are buying their stuff to spend more money. And hear me loud and clear when I say this. The platform that you use to build your funnel or to build your system, it does not matter. Anybody that you hear online, including myself, telling you that this is the best option, they're typically only telling you that because they have an affiliate link with that software, or they have some type of equity or something. They may have some ownership that you don't know about, or they're being paid by that company to promote it. The platform does not matter. The platform does not matter. The platform does not matter. So many people are stuck on what platform to choose. It doesn't matter. But what I highly will suggest for you, and I'll leave a link in the description for you, is to use System.io. It's what I run my complete business around right now. The reason why I currently recommend System is because you can get started for free with System. At the time of me recording this video, System.io, they have a free account up until 2,000 email subscribers. It's free up until that. And then even their paid options, their highest tier of their paid option is still cheaper than the lowest tier of what I used to use before I flipped over to System. And how I discovered System is because what I was recommending people within my community, they kept on looking for a better alternative. And I was like, why are they looking for a better alternative than what I'm already using? So a lot of the members in my community actually put me up on game on System. I was like, oh, this is amazing, and it's way cheaper. And even in email marketing, it's way cheaper because email ain't cheap, especially once you have a big email list. Like I have an email list of tens of thousands of people. Like I have over 25, 30,000 emails and whatnot, right? With System, even when you do switch over to a paid model or to a paid tier, you still get to send unlimited emails and you only pay your paid tier instead of per email. Most softwares you have to send, you get charged per email that you send. So in years past, I was paying thousands of dollars per month just to send emails. And when I say thousands, I'm not just saying like 1, 2,000, like this stuff was costing some money. Now I leave a link in the description to where you can get started with System.io for free. And yes, it is an affiliate link. Just like I said before, if you hear anybody promoting something, they typically have affiliate link, ownership or some type of equity, or they're getting paid from it. I only make money from affiliates from stuff that I actually use or stuff that people in my community use. That's why on any other of my YouTube videos, I don't do paid partnerships. I don't do sponsorships. I don't say this video is sponsored by some stuff that I don't use. This is something that I actually do use, and you can get started for free. So links down in the description. This is the platform that I highly recommend, but this is not the best platform, and there's no best platform to use. But from the hundreds of people that I've helped in my community, this is the best that they have used. And I currently run my entire business off of it. Okay, so System will be a great place to where you could build out this model. And remember, like I said, the best time to sell something to somebody is while they're buying something or immediately after they purchase something. This is the psychology behind why this model works right here. All right. Now, you want to keep your system simple. Like I said, to get started, you don't need to have all of this. And I did not have all of this starting off. When I first started, this is all that I had. And I was like, man, how can I make more money from this? I created this. So then all that I had was a core offer and an order bump. Then I created a course to upsell for it. Then my second upsell, I did a live masterclass. I did a 3-hour training for people that wanted the step-by-step blueprint on how they could fire their job, because I fired my job April 1st, 2016 without a backup plan. Stuff worked out for me, right? I did a 3-hour live masterclass. I charged $300 on the front end to attend. Yes, I made money on the front end, but I could have cared less at the time about if I made money or not off of it. What I wanted was the recording because I wanted to add it to the back end of my funnel. So here, then I created this. And my second upsell was the recording to that 3-hour Fire Your Job Masterclass. So I created this stuff along the way. And then when I created this credit at the top, I had it here as on the thank you page, because 100% of your customers, regardless of if they take this stuff or not, they're going to make it to the thank you page. So I added my community to the thank you page. And then I also added it to their confirmation email, because 100% of your customers, they're going to check their email, because that's how we deliver the digital product to them. They're going to look for their confirmation email. I offered my community in the confirmation email also. I later have my community as my core offering right here. But previously, I was offering my community as a back end offer, whereas now it's like my main thing that I want to do because it's the main thing that I enjoy doing. So I was like, why not make the main thing, right? But still, I created all these steps over time. So a lot of people, they hear me talk about this strategy, and they think that they have to have all these different offers available before they can launch something. No, launch. Get feedback loops so you can start to create stuff that you know people need instead of what you think that they need. And then you can create these on the back end. The other reason for this is because we want to focus all of our energy, all of our efforts on one thing. So many people think that the money is made online, or the money is made online with digital products and having as many digital products available as possible. And that's what I used to think too. When I first got started and I first made some money, I was like, whoa, this is insane. I just made all this money with this one thing. What will happen when I have 100 things? And I had a goal to launch one new digital product every single month. Well, guess what happened? I was like, man, why am I not making as much money as I was making when I just had one thing? Because I was separating my traffic. So typically how stuff works, outside of productization, energy as well. Because people, they don't think of different digital products as different businesses, when technically that's how you would have to treat them. So just people in general, you only have so many units of energy per day. You only have so many units of brain power per day, and people don't realize that it actually burns calories to think. So you literally only have a limited supply of this stuff per day before you need to replenish. But how most people do, they're like, oh, well, I'm gonna do this. Excuse me. I'm gonna do YouTube. I'm gonna do Instagram. I'm gonna do TikTok. I'm gonna do Twitter. I'm gonna do Threads. I'm gonna do a podcast. And then I'm gonna have this digital product, that digital product, this digital product, this digital product, this digital product, that digital product. Then I'm gonna add this side hustle. Then I'm gonna add this. And they're just thinking of all these things that they can do with a finite amount of energy. And then they typically don't get anywhere. They're spreading themselves too thin. But then they lose 10 times out of 10 to the person that's all in on one thing. And then they wonder, well, how did they get so successful? Well, I'm going to start to try to do that too. And then they add this over here too. They don't get anywhere. Well, this is the same thing that happens with offers. A lot of times people think that they want to have all these offers, and they're trying to emulate people that have one core offer, and that's it. And they're driving all their traffic to that one core offer, and then they make the money on the back end. Literally, yesterday, Demetra in my community, Demetra, she had talked about how she's seeing everything with like a clear bird's eye view now since she's joined my community, because she's seeing everything from a producer's lens now. So I'll say, even when you consume stuff, you need to look at everything that you're consuming with a producer eye and a producer mindset, so your brain starts to think differently. And so you start to see certain patterns, and you start to see how you can reverse engineer certain things to apply to yourself. I walked into IKEA with a producer mindset. I see the world with a producer mindset, so I can see, okay, what can I take out of that I can apply to myself, right? Well, she had used somebody's funnel as an example, and she was like, oh, I see it. I thought that they had all this stuff, but in actuality, they put all their energy into this one thing, and then they make their money on the back end through their funnel. So this particular person who she had gotten coaching from in a different industry, they had a free 3-day challenge, right? Then from that challenge, they're in the ecosystem, She got offered, I think it was a $27 or $37 product, some type of low ticket product. But then from that, the trust was built. She got a fast, quick result for herself. She's now in somebody's $8,000 6-month program, right? But that all started from that one individual putting all the energy on the front end to get you into the ecosystem of whatever this free event was or this free challenge that they did, right? They're here, not here. So the reason why this works here is that if we do want to have other things available on the back end to increase our average order value, we're driving all the traffic and we're using every metric of energy to this one thing. We don't want to separate our traffic. And that's what I realized was happening to me. I was like, man, why is my income tanking? Well, it's because I'm telling people to click this link to get there. Go buy this, go buy that, go buy that, go buy that. And typically when people have too many options, they don't buy anything. That's why all those creators you see out there that have some type of link tree or something like that with 50 links, they don't make any money. But all the people making life-changing money online, you'll see typically they have one link. They might have two of some affiliate or something like that. Or if people do have multiple links, they're already established. And people that are starting off are trying to copy somebody that's established instead of copying and emulating and going back and studying what they did starting off when they were in the position that they are in right now. You don't want to copy somebody's year 10. You want to copy or emulate somebody that is at year 10, day 1, if you're on day 1. All right? Now, keep your system simple. Remember, simple scales, fancy fails. Stay away from overcomplication. People get stuck trying to build complex funnels. People get stuck trying to build dozens of pages instead of just getting started off with one core offer that they can get into the marketplace, into the hands of somebody right now. Make a transaction to whereas they get proof of concept that somebody actually wants your idea, wants your intellectual property, and stay in those feedback loops from those people. And then they want to create all these complicated automations instead of just building a simple funnel or a simple structure to get started. This stuff can be reiterated. This stuff can be improved. This stuff can be tinkered with over time. So a simple funnel that exists will always outperform a perfect funnel that never launches. Start simple and improve later. So now you have the strategy. You have the step-by-step process. You see what it actually looks like. I've given you the platform to where you can get started for free today. But the biggest challenge actually isn't the strategy. Just gave you all that strategy, but that's not the biggest challenge that people have. The biggest challenge that people have is staying consistent long enough for the system to actually work. So in the next lesson, we're going to talk about how you can actually scale your business without burning out, because you don't have to burn out. And as somebody that has burnt out in the past, it sucks. And I found a way more peaceful way for me to profit within my purpose. And it's here for you too. Now let's talk about scaling without burning out, because what you want to do is build something that you can sustain without chasing every new tactic and trend and eventually burning out. So look, most people, they get overwhelmed. So what most creators do is that they try to do everything at once. So they're trying to post content on multiple platforms. They're trying to sell multiple products. They're trying to sell multiple offers. And they're constantly trying out new strategies because they can't find anything that seems to work, because they don't have the focus to follow one course until successful. That's what focus stands for, FOCUS, follow one course until successful. So typically, since they're chasing every new shiny thing and trying every single tactic and trying to make 50 products instead of focusing on making one successful and then focusing on increasing the average order value or lifetime value on the back end, remember, Amateurs get paid on the front end, experts get paid on the back end. Since they're not doing this, they typically burn out. They typically have inconsistency, or you always hear people talking about how they're pivoting and rebranding and strategizing. No, they're just being inconsistent. And that inconsistency, it leads to no real progress. So most people don't fail because the strategy is wrong. They fail because they never stay consistent long enough. And there's a simple way to where you can stay consistent over time for a long time without burning out if you implement this system that I'm going to break down later on in this section. So something that you really need to focus on, and a whole mantra behind every single thing that I personally do, and I found a lot of success with this, is to do less better. So focus on one platform, focus on one product, focus on one audience, or a level deeper, that one avatar, and focus on one core message. So look, you don't need more strategies. You actually just need more focus. And so many people, they lack focus. So the advantages with this and focusing on one instead of the many is this: you learn faster. You're able to get your data points back faster. And not only that, you're able to stay in those constant feedback loops with the marketplace. You can get clearer on your messaging, and you'll have a stronger audience connection. And remember, that connection with the audience is everything, because we're in the trust economy. And remember, people buy things from people that they know, like, or trust. So if you can focus from many to one, you'll build a stronger, deeper connection with somebody to where they'll trust you, and they'll get to that point faster to be able to trust in you to be somebody that can actually help them and buy your offer. And with this also, you get content that compounds over time instead of just flash in the pan, short form, dopamine frying content that's here today and literally gone today. So if you master one platform, then you can expand to others. So what a lot of people do is that they may see somebody that has way more resources than them, or that has started way before they do. And they try to implement what they're doing right now instead of where they were. This is a conversation I had years ago with my best friend, right? Somebody that he finds a lot of inspiration in as far as what they've built in business for themselves is Kevin Hart. And my friend, he works in film production in Los Angeles. He's like, yeah, man, Kevin Hart, Renaissance man, he does this, he does that, he does this, he does that. So my friend, he was trying to do everything. But I broke it down to him. I was like, okay, you're trying to emulate what Kevin Hart is doing now instead of focusing on what he did to get to where he is now. So Kevin Hart went all in on being a successful comedian. Then once that cup runneth over, now he has the bandwidth and the access and the resources to dabble in so many different things. That's what a lot of people are trying to do in content creation also. They're seeing somebody that has a huge audience and they're like, oh, they're everywhere. They're here, they're there, they're there, they're there, they're there. But you don't have the team that they have. You don't realize that a lot of these people are paying 6 figures per month on a content team that is able to have them everywhere. And even if you study their origins, typically they blew up on one platform, then the cup runneth over, and then they go out and they build brand awareness in other places. And from the creator side of things, or the infopreneur or contentpreneur side of things, you find majority of the times that foundation was built on YouTube first, because it's the strongest and it's the only one that lasts a long time over time, because it's focused on long form evergreen content. It's not for what's trending today, right? So always think systems over hustle. So you don't get caught up in all this hustle, bro, grind your face off BS out there, because you don't have to, right? You don't have to post random content. You don't have to have random launches. You don't have to have inconsistent messaging. And that's what a lot of people that are in the grind are doing. So instead, focus on building systems for yourself. And systems look like repeatable content strategy that you can implement over and over and over and over again. It looks like a consistent offer that you can offer over and over again, to where you can become synonymous with your offer. So people will know you just like they know your offer, and the two kind of become one. And building systems, it gives you predictable traffic flow. If you build systems for yourself, you are not going to always be crossing your fingers and hoping that something works. You'll have a pretty good clue if something is going to work as far as getting in front of the proper audience. So a system that you can build for yourself is a flywheel, and a flywheel compounds over time. So your content will be compounding over time, as well as your business and your offers will be compounding over time as well. And you have two strong assets working hand in hand with each other. Now, like I said, I'm an entrepreneur. I study entrepreneurs. I study successful entrepreneurs in my free time because I like to do it. And I'm like, why not model success? So I was studying Sam Walton. If you're not familiar with Sam Walton built Walmart. And Sam Walton, in his time, he was the richest guy on the planet. Like how people say, like Elon Musk, the richest guy. It was Sam Walton. And Sam Walton was so rich that when he died, his wife and children became the second, third, fourth, and fifth richest people on the planet, behind Bill Gates. When Bill Gates took over that title, it was because Sam Walton died. All right. But my studies of Sam Walton started because I was studying Jeff Bezos. If you're not familiar with Jeff Bezos, Amazon. And if you just think about it, Amazon is simply just Walmart online. He modeled what was working for Walmart in the brick and mortar space, and then he just took it online and turned it into click and order, right? So how Jeff Bezos built Amazon and how he was able to scale it was by creating a flywheel for himself. And once I saw this flywheel that Jeff Bezos created for himself, I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. How can I make something that's pretty cool for myself, to whereas once I get this flywheel working, it will start to move with its own energy, with the prior energy that it created. And then it'll start to move faster and faster over time, and it will also start to compound over time. So this is how Jeff Bezos built Amazon. So if you think about this, everything goes hand in hand, because Amazon focuses on having the most and the best selection for their customers. Therefore, their customers have a great customer experience, which will lead to more traffic on Amazon, which will lead to more Amazon sellers on Amazon posting whatever their offers are or their products, because it's the number one marketplace online, which will lead to a better selection for customers, which will go to customer experience, which will lead to more traffic, which will lead to more sellers, right? But since he's able to do this, then he's able to have a lower cost structure to run the business, which will lead to having lower prices, which will then lead to having a better customer experience for the customers, which will just have more traffic on Amazon, which will just have more sellers, which will lead them to be able to keep the lowest prices on the internet, and they go hand in hand with each other, right? Now with Amazon, this took some initial time for it to get going, but once it started to get going, you see what Amazon has turned into today. So I was like, okay, if I take this concept, how can I create something for myself that will increase my business with my online offers, digital products, communities, and whatnot, and with my traffic as well, because traffic is a key source in how Amazon has built itself to be the titan that it is today. Okay, Well, this is the flywheel that we have for ourselves. And this is how we can actually scale our business over time without burning out, because we have true focus. And remember, focus stands for follow one course until successful. All right. So our flywheel is here. So if we remember, everything starts with our avatar. This is the person that we are obsessing on coming up with solutions to their problems for. And the key word, obsess, because when I was studying these two gentlemen, Sam Walton and Jeff Bezos, and actually one of the ways Jeff Bezos built Amazon also, all of the executives at Amazon, when Jeff Bezos was the CEO, I don't know if this is still true to this day, but I'm like, if something's working, why would you change it? He had all of the executives at Amazon read Sam Walton's book called Made in America. When Sam Walton was on his deathbed, he wrote a book basically just telling his whole life story, right? And there's a word when I was reading Sam Walton's book, Made in America, and when I was reading Jeff Bezos' letters to shareholders, every year Jeff Bezos would write a letter to the shareholders of Amazon. And this word obsession or customer obsession would come up all the time. Sam Walton's book, he was always talking about being obsessed with the customer obsession. Jeff Bezos' letter to shareholders, he was always talking about customer obsession, all right? So that's why I say with our Amazon, we have to become obsessed with coming up with solutions to their problems, right? So then we can show up as a trusted authority. So they'll see that we have put in far more time and effort into their problems than they already have, all right? So we focus on only making content with our YouTube system or our YouTube solar system for our avatar. So then YouTube's algorithm starts to categorize our content. And you start to become the trusted authority within your space. Now, this is so many creators' problem, is that they're like, man, nobody's watching my stuff. And it's because they're just making stuff that is trendy, or they're making stuff copying for somebody else that got a bunch of views and they're trying to do the same thing. And then since their content is so random and so broad, an algorithm like YouTube doesn't know who to place your content in front of, therefore it stays dead. But if you're only making content for your avatar, look, they have invested so much money in this algorithm in order to find its intended audience, because that's the only way that the platform makes money. Think about it. Any social media platform, the only way that they make money is from people paying for advertising. YouTube is the same. The only way that YouTube makes money, outside of the small percentage of people that pay for YouTube Premium, they make their money from advertising dollars. Think about all the ads that you've seen on this video that you skipped through, right? Which is YouTube. Another key why YouTube is so valuable, because you skip through all that stuff and you're here hours into a video with me because you know me, you like me, and hopefully over this time I built up some trust, right? But all that YouTube wants to do is put a video in front of a person that they want to see. So an advertiser will pay them money to get in front of that viewer in between the content, right? So if YouTube knows who it is that you're making the content for, then they'll start to place your content in front of those people, because they'll categorize your content. And now YouTube will use its organic traffic sources, which will be the home screen, which will be the search bar, which will be the suggested tab, which will be at the end of the videos. You know how when you get done watching a YouTube video at the end, it suggests all these videos on the screen, which will be external traffic. Remember, Google owns YouTube. Have you ever had Google something and YouTube videos pop up? That's an organic traffic source. You'll also get external traffic through what I like to call an evangelistic effect, right? When people have a good experience with you, they will go just by nature and tell other people about you. That's just how we are as humans. We receive a good service from somebody, We feel like somebody did good work on our car and we don't feel like they got over on us. We'll go and we'll tell our friends and family members about that. We'll go and tell people about our favorite movies, TV shows, snacks, all that type of stuff, right? People are the same with content. So think when you're on YouTube, you notice that little arrow at the bottom of the videos that says share? That's an organic traffic source, because when people are getting true value from you, they'll click that share button and they'll send that link to people that they actually care about, because they're like, whoa, I just got this great value from this video. I need my best friend to see this. I need my mama to see this. I need my sister, my brother, my significant other, my cousin, whoever to see that. I don't even have the biggest YouTube channel yet, but on a weekly basis, my content gets shared thousands of times per week. That's people hitting that little share button under the video and sharing it out. So once your YouTube's algorithm categorizes your content, it starts to use its organic traffic sources to put you in front of more people that fits your avatar's profile. So now you have your digital product or whatever your offer is. And then this is when you get the money, you get the sale. But remember, we're in the transformational business. So somebody is going to get a result because you're focused and obsessed on coming up with solutions to their problems. Once they implement that, they'll get their desired transformation. Which will then, let me make this a little bigger. So you have your digital product. Then we get the sale. Then they get their desired transformation. Which will then lead to those people becoming that evangelist for you. And anytime you hear me say the word evangelist, I'm just saying an ambassador, right? I know evangelist is used a lot of times in like religious text and whatnot. But what is an evangelist? At the core definition of it is simply just an ambassador. And even from a religious text standpoint, it's somebody that received the transformation and they go and they spread the word, right? They're an evangelist. So for you, this will be some of that word of mouth marketing. This will be people reaching out to you, talking about how you changed their life. They'll be sharing their results with you. That's how you get those testimonials and whatnot, towards then you could use in your marketing, which will lead to more people buying your digital products and your offers and joining your communities. So just like Jeff Bezos' flywheel right here that built Amazon, this here is a flywheel. Why does this look like booty cheeks? Let me I'm sorry. This look like a butt right here. Let me go ahead and get that off the screen right now. But this right here is a flywheel that could grow your business online also. Now, like I said, with Amazon, it initially took Jeff Bezos some time to get this started, just like with you. It will initially take you some time to get this started, but the time's already going to pass anyways. What else are you going to do with it? That's what so many people, and this is what's so mind-boggling to me. So many people are trying to find shortcuts and fast ways to make some instant passive income overnight. And they keep on avoiding the necessary work required. And then so much time passed by to where they could have just been doing the work, building the business, building the brand authority, building brand equity, building trust with people, getting your products into the hands of people over all this time. Then next thing you know, 6 months done pass, a year done pass, 3 years done pass, 5 years done pass, and you still up here looking for shortcuts and looking for all these easy side hustles, ways to make passive income, all this type of crap. To whereas your flywheel could have been moving in fast motion by then, all right? But you start to get this flywheel effect going, and then it'll compound on itself. Your content starts to compound, as well as the income generated off of the traffic from your content, because you now have this digital product, whether it be an ebook, whether it be a course, whether it be a community or a membership. And then you start to get this delicious cinnamon roll looking effect here, to whereas it starts to get bigger and bigger and bigger, and your flywheel starts to work and spin faster and faster and faster and faster. And then the assets that you've created start to compound over time on top of itself. And then your income, it just starts to get crazy, all right? So this here, a simple flywheel that you could start working on, to whereas if you stay focused on it and you make a decision to make it work, then it will work for you over time for a long time. And you have to focus to follow one course until successful. With this, then it becomes very easy and it becomes very simple. Let me correct myself when I say easy, because what's easy to do is also easy to not do. It's also easy to not make the decision to make it to work for you, right? But things start to become simple, and then you could actually scale your business over time without actually burning out, because you have a true system in place and you have true focus on the actual system. And then you only have one to a couple, maybe a few things to actually work on from a week to week basis, which just turns into content. And then refining your offer over time, right? In your day-to-day tasks, they become very simple. And then people, they wonder and they think that it takes all these hours in a day to work on stuff. And I'm like, well, no, as a contentpreneur, if you're focused on the right things, you can get whatever you need to get done in an hour or two per day. I don't work that many hours per day. Like, from what people think work is, like a long work day for me is 4 hours. Typically, I work anywhere between 2 to 4 hours per day, and 4 hours is pushing it. And that's what me running a business. That's what me running a YouTube channel. That's what me running my community and creating informational on-demand content for my community as well as my YouTube channel. I still get to do fun stuff each and every single day, and this stuff is actually fun to me, to sit down and talk and yap it up with you and help you out along the way too. So I'm like, I have fun working, then I have fun going on about my day, able to go to matinee movies because everybody else is at work at 1, 2, 3 o'clock and whatnot. It's pretty cool on this side, but I'm focused on the right things, and I know that there's not many things that I have to work on, right? So this all happens with having the long game mindset. And a few years ago, I realized that I wasn't thinking long term. I wasn't in it in the long game that I thought that I was. I realized that everything that I thought that I was doing for the long term, it was just for the now. And then I ended up putting myself in a bad jam to where I was like, man, if I had been focused on the right things, then this would have never happened. And so many people are in so bad financial situations because they're just doing everything, and every decision that they're making is just for the now. They're not able to see 18 months from now. All right. So building a successful business, it's not overnight success. The typical timeline is that you'll have your first product, which will lead to your first sales, which will lead to you refining your messaging and refining how you communicate your offer to the marketplace, which will then lead to you refining and improving your offers. And during all this time, you'll be growing your audience also. That's why I like to create my product and my audience at the same time. I've done this on every platform that I've been on, from, like I said, when I used to be on social media, to having over 120,000 Instagram followers by the time I got off of it a couple years ago. Tens of thousands of TikTok followers. Did the same thing with my Instagram. Same thing with my YouTube channel, right? I don't want to build an audience and then come up with the offer. I want to come up with the offer and then build my audience around the problem that my offer solves. But the goal is not to have quick wins. The goal is to have sustainable growth. Think about this. You want to be in this for the long term. You want to play the long game. In entrepreneurship, I know that people, they love to make it sound all sexy. Oh yeah, work for yourself, have no job. But work for yourself. Work. It still is a job. And if you just think about the average person in the 9-to-5 workplace that's caught up in what I like to call the 40-40-40 scam, work 40 years of your life for at least 40 hours a week to retire for 40% of your income. They're working until they're in their 60s. Most people aren't ready for that. They're working until they're in their 70s and 80s and whatnot, right? But think about the entrepreneurs out there that are actually passionate about what they're doing. They're not talking about retiring, right? This is something that you could be doing for the rest of your life. Think about it like that. And if you're thinking about architecting and designing a life for yourself and put lifestyle over it, then you can create the business around what it is you want your lifestyle to be. When I look at Jeff Bezos, yeah, he's not the CEO of Amazon anymore, but he's not just chilling out retiring. Like, he's doing all that space stuff now, right? Like, he's in the game because he loves what it is that he's doing. No, and I'm not talking about personal preference, like whether you like these people or not. I'm just using him as a example of somebody that has built something that pretty much everybody uses and finds value in. That's why I really respect him as an entrepreneur, just because I'm like, dang, this guy really made everybody's life a lot simpler. But he's still not like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna retire one day. And like, he's thinking about building the next thing. You can be doing that as well, because information is always going to be valuable, because people are always going to be going through problems. And for every solution, there's going to be a new problem that arises with it. That's just the way that life is, right? So the goal is not to have quick wins. The goal is to have sustainable growth over time for a long time. So what you want to do is make continuous improvements and think like an operator, because remember, you're creating a system. So operators improve their system. So they constantly look at what content works, what offers convert, and what problems your customers have. And then you refine. So the business improves through iteration. I've said this before, and I'm about to say it again. You do not create something perfect on day one. You create a minimal viable product, get it into the hands of somebody, get feedback from them, and then you reiterate and you refine over time to make that perfect product that so many people think that they need day one. And then protect your energy. Look, you are the asset, not your product. You are the asset, not your content. If you are not right, then nothing is going to be right. And you have to protect yourself, you have to protect your peace, and you have to protect your energy. Like I said, there's only so much energy that people have per day, and usually their energy is split everywhere. And they're going to lose 10 times out of 10 to the person that has actual true focus and is putting all their energy on one thing. So set realistic input goals. Why I say input goals is because so many people have output goals, and you don't have any control over your output or your results, but you have 100% control over your inputs and where you focus this energy on, whether it's over here or over here. You have complete control of that. You have complete control on your inputs on a day by day, week by week, month by month basis. All right. So something that I love to use as an example, even if you don't watch sports, a lot of people are familiar with Steph Curry. Steph Curry is the best shooter of a basketball of all time. And I love to use this example because I used to play basketball, right? Played basketball up until a collegiate level. When you shoot a basketball, when Steph Curry shoots a basketball, he has absolutely no control over if that ball goes in the hole or doesn't go in the basket. As soon as it leaves his hands, he has no control over that. But he has the confidence to shoot that shot because he does the inputs consistently. So whereas when he's in that position in the game, he knows that the work has been done. He knows that he has put in the necessary inputs to be confident to shoot that shot. Now, once he lets it go, it's a 50-50 chance it goes in. It's either going to go in or it's not going to go in. Cool. But he has supreme confidence within himself to let that ball go because he knows that he has done the required inputs to put himself in a position to be successful. That's what we need to focus on as successful entrepreneurs. That's what we need to focus on as successful contentpreneurs. The inputs. So many people say that they want to make $10,000 per month. Okay, and they're just focused on that. But what are the necessary inputs that you need to do that? What are your KPIs, your key performance indicators that you're focusing on to whereas you know what you need to do in order to get that? How many pieces of content have you gotten? What is the average view from that content? From that content, how many clicks are you getting? From those clicks, how many people are landing on the landing page? From the landing page, what percentage of those people are converting into a sale? Okay, once you know that, then it becomes a simple numbers game. And you're like, okay, well, I know if I get X amount of people from here on that landing page, then this percentage of them will convert. And then by default, it's simple math that I'm going to hit my $10,000. So now let's just focus on this. You're focusing on the inputs, right? Then you prioritize high impact work. So many people are busy and productive focusing on the wrong things. And then they look back at the end of the day and they're like, got absolutely nothing done. Has that ever happened to you? A lot of times people that say stuff like, oh man, I wish I had more hours in a day. But if you look back at their day, they didn't get anything accomplished. So a lot of people's time is spent on learning when that learning is simply just procrastination in disguise, because you learn through action. So they'll sit there and they'll watch a YouTube video or they'll watch a course and then they'll say, oh man, that was so much value. I learned so much. And then instead of going and doing the thing, they go and watch another video. And then what they don't realize is that they're getting these little dopamine releases to feel good about themselves so they can give themselves a little pat on the back and say like, oh, I learned so much today. So it was a productive day. But you didn't do any inputs. So you really weren't productive. So prioritize high impact work. And focus on being a producer more so than a consumer. And in everything that you're even consuming, think of it with the producer's mindset. So always think produce over consume, produce over consume. You want to be a producer. The only successful people are those who produce, not just consume. I'm not saying that anything is wrong with consuming, but with your consumption, it has to be some production. And production becomes a lot easier when you're looking at everything with a producer's lens in everything that you consume as well. And then avoid chasing every single trend. Trends, they're hot. They're here today, gone tomorrow. Any successful person in any niche, in any industry, they're not chasing trends. Think about your favorite musician. Think about the famous musicians, actors, athletes, business people over time. They're not chasing whatever the new trend is because they know that the trend is going to fade. They're wanting to build something, build an asset, build a skill set that is timeless. Jeff Bezos wasn't chasing trends with Amazon. Everybody thought he was crazy because Amazon didn't make any money for the longest. And then if you look back at any old Jeff Bezos interviews, back when now he looks a little more cool, and he's jacked and stuff now, but I'm talking about when he was the balding guy that was really nerdy looking and had very bad posture. Oh yeah, yeah. This Jeff Bezos, yeah. Jeff, you're not making any money. What's up? Oh yeah, yeah. We're just focused on providing a good product to the customer, good service to the customer obsession. Customer obsession. He wasn't focused on trends, right? He was focused on something that will be here for forever. And he put all his energy towards that. So once you realize that your energy is your most valuable asset, and your most valuable asset is a limited resource, and that you need to put that limited resource into one thing and actually have focus, FOCUS, follow one course until successful, and you make a decision to make that be successful, then by default, you will become successful. And I'm not going to sit here and cap like I know how long it's going to take you. Everybody has their own time frame on when stuff happens for them, right? But even if you feel like something is not working for you right now, then it's working on you. And it's turning you into the person that you need to be for it to work for. It's impossible for work not to work. But I will tell you this, success typically happens fast for most people. So, look, most people typically think that success is linear and that it looks like this, when that's not true. Typically, success looks like this. And then you have an exponential growth curve. Right here is where I say that success happens fast for you, but I don't know how long it will take for each individual, because usually your energy here, right? Everybody starts at the same place. Everybody starts from zero. But then let's say that you get some type of information, or you hear about something that you feel like you can do, or you sat here and you watched and consumed a free course from this handsome young fellow that you saw on YouTube named Aston CEO. And you're like, oh yeah, I can do this. I can create a digital product. I can build a YouTube channel around my digital product. I can create a system for myself, saving yourself time, energy, and money. I can create a digital product, launch a community. I can do this. But then you get some information about it and you're like, oh, this is going to be harder than everybody on the internet makes it seem. This is going to be hard to get that passive income overnight. You hit this low. Then here's where most people quit. Or here's where people say like, oh, this doesn't work. But they don't realize that this is the time where the work is working on you so you can turn into a different person. Because as of right now, all of us, including myself, we have all achieved what we can achieve 100% with the person that we are right now. We have to become something different. In this area right here is when that happens. That's when the work is working on us. So many people, they imitate when they see people here, but they don't imitate here. This is that growth that happens in the darkness. And people, they don't realize in order for anything to grow and go up, it has to go down. This is just science. In order for a bird to fly, it has to flap its wings down. In order for a seed to grow, the roots have to first grow down into the soil. Then the fruit grows up. In order to build a house, you don't just build a house. You have to dig down deep into the ground first, then pour the foundation and then build up. And the higher the house or the higher the building, the deeper you have to build the foundation. In order to go up, you have to go down first. This area right here is when that works. And then once you become the person that it can now work for, boom, now you have this exponential growth curve. And then it seems like success happens so fast. And then it seems like, oh, you were an overnight success. And then everybody asks you how you did it. And then when people tell them some general stuff which sounds general to them, they're like, man, everybody's keeping the secrets. Why won't nobody tell me how to do this stuff today? Not realizing that time, it takes time for everybody. Now, the length of time, I don't know. That's different for each and every individual. But I will tell you, along your journey, be very cautious of asking people and seeing people in content and whatnot. Asking people how long it took them and seeing how long it took people in content to find whatever it is that you deem as successful. That's very dangerous, because then you'll start to compare yourself with somebody else's journey. You don't know what it is that they had to go through in this area right here. And you may not be willing to go through that if you knew what they had to go through. Everybody has their own individual, unique journey. And you don't know that you might be better than them. It might take you a fraction of the time that it took them. But now you're comparing your time to theirs. So I'm like, somebody literally last week asked me how long it took me to accomplish XYZ. And I was like, if I told you that it took me 9 years, would you still want to do it? I'm like, no, because you want a fast result. And if I told you that it took me 9 hours, would you still want to do it? No, you probably wouldn't feel confident that you could get a result that fast. So either way, you're setting yourself up for failure. And I'm like, man, just embrace your journey, draw a line in the sand. Don't go back and forth with yourself. No negotiating, and say that I'm going to make this work. This is the path that you're going to have to take. I don't know how long that it'll take you, but if you do want some assistance along the way, some guidance along the way, some tutors along the way, because you don't have to do this alone. This is the whole reason why I'm building my community. It's crowded at the top. I truly am on a mission to make it crowded at the top. You ever heard anybody say it's lonely at the top? I've heard that saying so many times throughout my life. And I was just like, man, I call BS. Because I feel like if you think it's lonely at the top, then you didn't bring anybody else up with you. And my whole mission is to help people along the way. And like I said, for you to focus in on your avatar, I'm building what I wish that I had along the way. And all that I want to do is get to a certain height, drop a rope, and pull other people up and have them do the same exact thing, to whereas we can all get to the top together, because a rising tide lifts all ships. So if you're serious about building your income, impact, and influence online, and you don't feel like you want to do it alone, you don't want to be that lone wolf out there, you actually want to run with a pack, then go ahead and click the link down in the description and tap into the community for personal coaching from myself, all my exclusive trainings, resources, systems that took my business to a 7-figure level, and a private community of contentpreneurs that are all focused on the right things, that are doing and accomplishing some pretty cool things. So if so, then go ahead and click the link down in the description and tap in, and I'll see you on our coaching call this Wednesday. But this can work for you if you make the decision to make it work. And you've made the ending, or you've made it to the end of this training. So I hope you had a swell time. I had a swell time creating this for you. And since I had a swell time, I don't know, I might start making some free courses on this channel. But regardless, tap in to this information, tap in to your own superpowers, and use this stuff. Don't just sit here and watch this for this long and not do anything with the info. Your time is valuable. Don't waste it. It's crowded at the top.